お前はどこまで見えている。俺の死に様か。
Today is an important day for the fourth Hokage Namake's Minato, although not many people know about it. His son is due to be born in a few hours, but this is a strict secret. Only a few people know about this and are now silently guarding him with his wife and several assistants. Also, the wife of the third is present during childbirth, who agreed to help Kushina. Since Uzumaki Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed during childbirth, a chicken can break out and attack the child and Konoha, which the fourth Hokage cannot allow in any way. Arg, a heartrending cry full of pain was heard throughout the room. Kushina Uzumaki is lying on the table, and next to her husband is holding a seal to suppress Biju, who is about to break free if Namake's loosens his grip. Hold on, Kushina, like no one else, Minato should worry about the future of his child and his wife. Yes, to hell with your hold on, Minato. Aowa. Contractions started again and Uzumaki unconsciously squeezed her husband's free hand so that it turned white. Minato shuddered, looked at his wife's face with fear in his eyes, and was horrified. She could die at this rate. Be patient, honey, let's see the head a little more, said the wife of the third, controlling the process of childbirth. Come on, Kushina, I believe in you. The fourth one no longer has the strength to restrain Kyubi, and his excitement is growing more and more. I'm losing control of the situation. A little more, the woman said, almost. Come on, Kushina. Aowa. After another scream, the room was filled with dead silence. At the same moment, the crying of a newborn baby was heard. Minato was taken aback when he saw his child, but then he smiled gently. Can I give it to Kushina? Yes, but first cut off the umbilical cord, the midwife warned. Okay. Having done the necessary procedure, Minato carefully wrapped the baby and put it next to his wife. My baby. The red-haired woman pulled herself closer to the child and looked at him. He looked like Minato. The same yellow hair with a crew cut and most likely blue eyes. True, the three stripes on the cheek and the shape of the face like a mother's were the difference between a son and a father. This moment could go on forever, but it's not meant to be. There was a sharp sound of metal cutting the throat and two lifeless bodies were already lying on the floor, with their throats cut, from which red blood oozed, staining the icy tiles. At the same second, the package turns out to be in the possession of an unknown person who was able to get inside. Who are you? Give me my son right now. I'm the fourth, but they didn't let me finish. I know who you are. Namake's Minato, the fourth Hokage or Konoha's yellow lightning. Do not approach, otherwise the child is finished. What do you want? I will destroy Konoha and return your son in return. No, no, I will stop you no matter what. As you know, at this moment the ANBU squad burst into the room, the leader of which was Kakashi Hatake, despite such a young age. There were also medics in the squad who immediately rushed to help Kushina. Stay here. I'll detain him, but, no buts, this is the instruction of the fourth Hokage. Hi. But the trace of the guy in the mask has disappeared. Namake's quickly discovered the bastard's chakra in the forest towards Konoha. Quickly finding him, Namake's threw the kunai with the seal of the explosion and stopped him. The guy in the mask did not expect to be found so quickly and took out a kunai to kill the baby, but Namake's did not let him do it. Because of the smoke, he quickly sneaked up to Nuknin and cut off his head with the help of the wind element technique, similar to the Danzo technique. The body without a head fell, and the bundle, once in the hands of this guy, was carefully held by the hands of the Hokage. Carefully placing the bundle on the ground, Minato quickly folded the seal and set fire to the body. He did not want to find out who it was, claiming, the less you know, the longer you live. There was a huge roar all around. Namake's eyes widened and he looked up at the sky. Not far from him and Konoha, the nine-tailed was rampaging, striving to destroy the village. And how could he forget? The great fourth Hokage made such a mistake for the first time in his life, and very much so. Nearby, he heard a baby crying and realized that all was not lost. Carefully picking him up in his arms, he quickly headed towards the nine-tailed one. It was a hasty decision and he destroyed his child's life, but it was a necessity. To convince him, he once again looked at the ignorant child and confidently headed towards the fox. Before he noticed, Namikaze hastily prepared an altar for sealing the tailed beast. Kurama quickly turned to the side where he felt someone else's chakra, and his gaze fell on a very rumpled Namikaze, who was struggling to finish what he had started. "You can't beat me, you pathetic man. You're just one of thousands of such pathetic people that I'm going to eat, and don't get your hopes up." Minato, using the Thunder God's technique quickly, spread kunai around him with special seals that do not allow Kurama to pass. How dare you? Arghar, the fourth began to quickly fold the seal, which will move Kurama into the body of a very young Naruto, using him as a vessel. Having applied the necessary technique, Namikaze moved the languishing Kubi to Naruto, and then it dawned on him what he had done. Now he has destroyed the life of a child, and now he will be despised and humiliated, considering him the same demon. Is this what he wanted for his son? Absolutely not. Well, you can't turn what you've done, as they say. Several hours have passed, and now the Hokage is listening to a report on the destruction in the village. Thank God no one suffered from ordinary citizens, and not a single shinobi in the village either, except those who were killed earlier. Clearly thanks. And something else, Minato glanced nervously at the bundle lying not far from the sofa. "What's wrong with my wife?" "Excuse Hokage-sama, but Kushina-san has not regained consciousness yet." Namikaze, looking at an unknown point for others, dryly ordered to leave the Hokage residence. After the ninja doctors left the room, he, leaning on the table, got up and went to his son. "Or not now?" After what he heard, the blond man looked at the baby contemptuously and realized something. If his son is a Jinchuriki, then it will undermine his honor as a Hokage, and he could not allow that. A third person suddenly entered the room, assuming that Namikaze was here. "What have you decided? What are you talking about?" Minato asked, pretending not to understand. "How about what? You yourself understand everything perfectly well, your honor and the title of Hokage, or shame and Jinchuriki. Most likely you decided to kill the child and tell Kushina about it?" Namikaze thought about it. After all, killing a child is an even greater shame than raising a Jinchuriki, and an idea was born in his head. "I will not kill him." Sarutobi was surprised, but he did not expect such an answer from him, and he is interested in what Minato will do next. "I will give him to the orphanage that you manage, and I will tell Kushina that the child could not withstand the power of the Kubi and died during his imprisonment. We will give you to a shelter, and we will take the surname from Kushina. I think there will be no suspicions. We will only make an anagram, thus, the boy will live in ignorance, but in safety." Really, how will they start thinking about him? "It's the right decision, Minato." "Are you sure?" "Why, it's your son. He will get out of this situation, and I am sure that a person will appear in his life who will help him in this difficult path." 2 months later, the head of the Uchiha clan had a daughter. Everyone was happy from time to time, but there was one problem. How is she blind? Fugaku shouted in bewilderment. He didn't really want to believe it. "The chakra flows into her eyes, almost do not come, that's why she is blind. We don't have the opportunity to take anything, so the chances of recovery are 0. We cannot disgrace the whole clan by declaring to the whole world that the head of the Uchiha clan had a completely blind child. We decided that it was best to send her to an orphanage. With the surname Uchiha, we also solved the problem. We will say that you decided to take the child to yourself, but you were forbidden and you took her to an orphanage. I think we can come to an agreement with the third one," one of the elders said. "Only for the sake of the clan will I do this. Forgive your father, Sasuke. I am heartless, and I am the head of the Uchiha clan." 5 years later, "Irika, do you understand me?" the blue-eyed blonde man asked, sitting in an armchair and sorting through important documents. Recently, the Hokage has been bullied and sat until late over applications for admission to the Ninja Academy. Yes, Minato-san, bowing, Shinobi quickly disappeared behind the door, leaving Namikaze alone with his thoughts. Yumino calmly walked through the streets of Konoha, noticing all the charms of this village. The guy quickly reached the local orphanage, who in his old age, decided to shave Sarutobi Sr. Since his two sons have grown up, he wanted to look after other children and somehow help them in life. Opening the entrance gate slightly, Iruka accidentally runs into a 5-year-old boy. He has blue eyes and yellow short-cropped hair, sticking out in different directions. The boy squinted at the ninja and picked up an old and slightly battered book. "I'm sorry, I didn't notice you," I tried to apologize to the kid. In response, he spits in his direction and a loud "fuck off," showing the manners of the blonde Iruka. Yumino, an old man, approached the young shinobi, a law over 60, but I'm still cool, and offered to sit on his bench. "Well, how is the fourth? Is there any news?" "As always, family and work, or work and family." Iruka smiled, remembering how the fourth one yelled at him all on nerves. "Family, yes, he had a girl and a boy 3 years ago." "Iruka, look at that blonde guy with a mustache," Sarutobi was not allowed to finish, as someone pulled his arm. This someone is a 5-year-old girl with pale skin, raven-wing hair that barely reached her shoulders, and onyx eyes. Sarutobi knows this girl from the Uchiha Sasuke clan, who has been blind since birth. The old man was very sorry for her, but he didn't do much to help her. "Excuse me, Grandpa, can you read to me what is written in this book?" She held out the book, letting me see it. The old man just sighed wearily and said, "Go to Naruto, and he will read to you whatever you want." "You know this boy, don't you?" "Yes, this boy is always alone." "But she's blind, Sarutobi-san." "Yes, you're right, but she is guided by other factors: sound, touch, smells, and atmosphere. Let her know where she is." The little girl came up to the same boy that Iruka encountered sitting under a tree. The little girl pointed to the book. "If she is lucky, she will become the perfect censor, maybe even surpass Minato." "Excuse me, but what are you talking about? You won't understand my words." "Iruka, Naruto-kun, will you read it?" The girl smiled sweetly at him while the other children looked at him with apprehension. "Are you Sasuke?" "Yeah, nice to meet you." The girl just stretched out her hand to shake. The blonde was surprised that she was blind, but despite this, simply put, she can do without sight. The boy still shook the girl's hand and took the book, putting his own on the grass. "I'll read to you only if you answer my question." The girl nodded for him to continue. "Are you afraid of me? Despise? Like everyone else?" "No, I feel that you are a good person and have done nothing wrong to anyone. These people don't understand you, but I do. After all, I am the same as you, are an outcast." Naruto has never said such a thing in his life and would never have said it except for this cute girl. "Sit down next to me and I'll read to you." The girl sat down next to him and put her head on his shoulder. Naruto's cheeks burned with embarrassment and he began to read to her. Iruka and the third were watching the whole picture. The old man grinned triumphantly. Yumino did not understand this gesture. "Iruka, this boy's name is Umakizu Naruto, and the girl is Sasuke Uchiha. Now you have something to tell Fugaku and Minato, since they sent you here." "Don't even ask, I know they sent you to me. Don't worry, just pretend I didn't find out anything." "But how? I thought everyone thinks these kids are dead." "Sarutobi-san, I don't understand." The old man took a pipe out of his pocket and lit it. "You know less, you sleep more soundly, right?" The old man exhaled a puff of smoke. "Yes, you're right." The third did not suspect anything. "So that's how it is?" "Yes, Minato-san. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto are now friends and their strength is growing from this." "Thanks, Kakashi, you can go." And Bushnik left, leaving Minato alone with himself and his thoughts. "Forgive me, Naruto. God, what am I talking about?" 3 years later, I calmly head to Grandpa's office, who kindly allocated a separate room to Sasuke and me 2 years ago. It is small, but cozy, and the bed, although one, is wide, and Sasuke and I are comfortable. There is even a closet for our things, although there are not many of them. I reached the right door and opened it. On the table next to Sarutobi-san, this is the only person I respect here, well, except for Sasuke of course, there are scrolls unfamiliar to me. I don't know any of them at all. I often visit him because of my pranks. You see, to spoil the annoying faces of my compatriots, and they can morally insult me and Sasuke, but the old man understands everything and makes concessions. What is Sasuke doing here? Did I just notice her here? How did she end up here? Hi, she smiled at me. A warm smile, yes, Sarutobi-san, what is she doing here? I pointed at Sasuke, and she puffed out her cheeks at me. From hell. Well, why did I say that? Okay, I will tolerate the punches she will give me, and what are these scrolls? That's why I gathered you, Naruto. I sat down next to the Uchiha. It already became interesting. The fact is that recently the shinobi did a check with you. Yes, I remember how these morons tried to shove incomprehensible crap into my ass. Excellent vocabulary. They checked the presence of the chakra in you and the testimony was confirmed. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Umakizu, you two have a very large volume of chakra, even so to say huge. By the way, Sasuke, we found out why you can sense people. You are a sensor. Because of your blindness, you have learned to perceive someone else's chakra at a decent distance. You have been chosen to study at the academy, and you guys will also get an apartment in one of the old dormitories, but I will try to find a nicer one. From his words, Sasuke and I just blossomed in front of our eyes. I couldn't believe I could become a ninja. I thought I was going to become a librarian because of my addiction to books, and Sasuke? Now she will be able to live with me more or less normally. I will not leave her and I will help her in everything, and these idiots who do not understand her and me will rot here for the rest of their miserable lives. And also, in these scrolls, Naruto, you will put your things tomorrow to my office ready and I will take you to a new house. Sasuke and I went out and she managed to give me a couple of cuffs on the way to the room. When we came in, there were 2 bags with things and money on our bed. There were also several packs of rice and noodles, most likely for food. Due to the fact that my friend and I are orphans, no one can kick us out of the apartment, and the academy will allocate money to us. We changed our clothes and went to bed. In the morning, she and I were already waiting for Grandpa. And he dragged his ass to the infection only at 10 and we went to our new apartment. We passed by the academy itself. It turned out that the hostel itself is 2 blocks away from it. It is a small 3-story building made of gray stone with wooden windows. It turned out that we live on the 3rd floor in an apartment at the end of the corridor. Well, settle down here, I'll come to you in a couple of days. We bowed to him and Grandpa left. Taking the keys out of my pocket, I handed them to Sasuke. Here, you're the first to come in here. Thank you. Sasuke hesitantly grabbed the keys with her thin fingers and opened the door. One of her legs stepped over the threshold and abruptly followed by the second. I followed her to our new home. Where are you going to sleep? I asked Sasuke, who had already managed to jump on the bed and lazily stretch out basking in the sun by the window. I knew it and didn't even apply for this place. Sasuke loves warmth very much and she likes waking up and basking in the sun. She just fell asleep. Tomorrow is her birthday, but I do not know what to give her. Okay, I'll clean up and go for a walk. By the way, I recently met a fox in my head. Flashback fuck. And I managed to run into those assholes because of those scrolls, but I managed to hide them, and now I do not know where I am and how to get out of here. The fact that I have a chakra, I have known for a long time and I have developed some basics. For example, I can walk on water or on a ceiling with walls. Now I'm walking through the void and light is pouring out of nowhere illuminating my way and bam. What the hell, is there a grate here? I looked around and noticed a giant fox with 1, 2, 9 tails. I wonder if he's talking. Hey, wake up, mutt. Who called me a mutt? The fox looked at me with displeasure. What's your name, mutt? Kurama. And you're a kid. I see that you've completely lost your fear of showing up in front of me. Aren't you afraid of me? No, I heard about you. The fox became alert. You are a nine-tailed fox, and apparently you were sealed into me at birth. Since I am the son of the fourth, his mug is genuinely surprised. And it's true, because I'm well-read. How do you know about the fourth? He asked. The fact is that I once overheard adults, and they mentioned my name and I understood what was what. I also know that my last name is an anagram of my mother's last name. I also won't communicate with my stupid dad. He didn't deserve it. Let him live as he wants. I don't care. Buddy, I understand you very well. You and I are in complete shit. I'm too smart for a 5-year-old. It's like I've lived for hundreds of years and seen everything. Ah, you're smart and I even like you. I won't kill you, because the process of rebirth is also shitty, you know. The fox is also good. I went to the cage and applied several seals from the stolen Uzumaki clan scrolls, and the seal that should restrain the fox has decreased. What did you do? It's very simple. I stole the ancient scrolls of the Uzumaki clan. After studying them, I realized that I could help my inner demon, that is, you, although at that time I did not know how to do it. I loosened the seal a little and you will be able to see and hear the same as me. I hope the mutt will appreciate it. Ah, you're smart beyond your years, kid, thank you, but I don't have a key so that you can materialize in our world. And when I opened the seal, I took some of your chakra. Well, you're an asshole, okay, so be it, and now go home. I patched you up a little. End flashback. I figured out what to give her, and it would be the best gift for her. Hey, Kurama. What do you want? I know it's not a good time, but I came up with a gift for Sasuke. And what is it? I'll give her my eye. You're out of your mind, kid. No, I've thought it all out and decided what I'm going to do. Okay. Whatever you say, and I'll go to sleep. Will you tell me how it went? Don't get your hopes up, mutt. That scoundrel. I cut the connection and got to work. To begin with, I applied a special temporary seal and put it on Sasuke so that she would not feel anything during the transplant. Then, having created a clone, I gave him instructions, and with a seal, he will do with me as with Sasuke. Before the clone put the seal, I kissed her on the forehead. It's wrong, but I don't give a damn about it. Now our life will completely change, Sasuke, I said before I fell asleep. I hope that it will be so. I woke up and felt bandages on my eyes, well, on one eye. The clone has already disappeared, passing me his memories. I don't really like them. Well, so be it. I carefully get out of bed so as not to wake my friend and head to the bathroom. It is modest, there is nothing remarkable about it. White tiles, a deep and wide bathroom, and a sink with a toilet. I hear some noise in the room. I'll go check it out. Why the fuck is Sasuke lying on the floor unconscious? If the clone messed up, then I will break through it, only first I will learn the right jutsu. I quickly run up to my friend, put my index and middle finger on the artery in my neck, checking if there is a pulse, and, boo woo woo, this has already made my heart sink into my heels. I almost had a heart attack. Sasuke, don't fucking scare me like that anymore. I got up from the floor and looked into her eyes. She looks at me as if fascinated and with such amazement. So everything went well? Does she see? Yes, exactly. So it is, and you're beautiful, Naruto. I see, I finally got it, and I'm flattered for the beautiful one. Well, it's true, I sometimes described my appearance to her and she created different images, and now, for the first time she sees for real, without sensory abilities and other things. Naruto, what did you do? Oops, what's wrong with her eye? I didn't understand. Why did it turn red, and there is one tomo near the pupil? I quickly ran back to the bathroom to check Sasuke's transplanted eye. Naruto, wait, what's wrong with your left eye, and what can be with him? I turned towards the mirror, just like my girlfriend and, what the fuck is going on today? My right eye is covered with a blindfold, like Sasuke's, and the left one is generally not clear to me. The white is pale purple in color, and around the pupil. Then symmetrical circles, like small water stains left after you throw a stone into the water. If my eye has become like this, then the left one will most likely be like Sasuke's. I quickly untie the bandages on my left eye, and I advised my friend to do the same, and she followed my example. Now everything is clear. Sasuke's left eye is the same as mine. My left eye also turned red, and even more so there is also one tomo on it. I think I know why our eyes are red. From where? Tell me, how do you know this? She beckoned me to the kitchen with her finger and I followed her accordingly. She sat down on one of the chairs and began her story. The fact is that, as you know, I was born blind, and my last name is Uchiha. Most likely, my parents abandoned me because of the pressure of advisors, some old and decrepit farts. Uchiha have such a feature as Sharingan. In battle, they use it for ninjutsu and genjutsu, and Sharingan is also very useful for taijutsu. That is, her parents threw her into such a hole just because she is blind? Assholes, ghouls, greedy, and the like, but my dad is no better. I wonder if she knows something about purple eyes. And what about our other eyes, Sasuke? I do not know, maybe I should ask Kurama. Great, she remembered about the mutt, but I didn't. Is it a shame? Okay, I sit down in the lotus position and begin to concentrate my attention, looking at one point. A minute later, a blurry image of a mutt appears in front of us, and then a smaller copy of the nine-tailed one appeared in front of us. Why did you call me at such a late hour? Sleepily rubbing his muzzle with his paw, the fox said and looked at us. Shock was displayed on his face, or rather his muzzle, an unforgettable sight. Oh, mother of God, Naruto, that's why I called you, mutt. Don't you know what's wrong with our eyes? Is it some kind of defect or what? Was the transplant unsuccessful? That's how you arranged a gift not only for Sasuke, but also for yourself. The operation went quite positively, but... The fox fell silent and turned his gaze to Sasuke. What are you talking about? We asked at the same time. The fact is that you didn't mess up. We breathed a sigh of relief. But, what for? But, okay, I'll have to explain it to you. You know, Naruto, that you are from the Uzumaki clan. The fact is that your clan is closely related to the Senju clan. Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan. Well, that's understandable. Rikudo Sennin used to live in the world. He also created the ninja world, and his eyes had such power that with them he could do anything. You guys also have these eyes. They are called Rinnegan, and, well, then, he had two sons, Indra and Ashura. Indra was very talented and his so-called Sharingan eyes had almost the same power as Rikudo's eyes, but they were still weaker. Ashura was worthless and weak for the time being, but he always carried the will of his father in himself, unlike his older brother. Next, Indra created the Uchiha clan, and Ashura created the Senju clan. If someone in the Senju clan married, for example, a girl from the Uchiha clan, then their child would have a Rinnegan. Well, what are you driving at? I didn't understand a damn thing from everything he said. Get to the point. In short, it's simple. You transplanted your eye to Sasuke, taking her blind instead, and a reaction occurred, because of which Sharingan and Rinnegan awoke in you. I so understood that if our eyes have such power, then shinobi of other villages, not only from ours, can start hunting us. Sasuke pronounced the verdict, and she's smarter than you, Malek. The fox grinned, but his muzzle immediately became serious. She is right, and therefore I will impose a henge on you. What is henge? What is it? She asked. This is a special technique that creates an illusion for you and others. Your eyes will return to the former color that was originally there, and no one will be suspicious of it. After that, the mutt touched my forehead and Uchiha's forehead with her two tails. And after a moment we looked at each other and were genuinely surprised. A girl with waist-length black hair and aristocratically pale skin and onyx eyes was looking at me. 6 years later. It's been 6 years since Sasuke first saw the world. A lot has changed since then. For example, the fact that the guys have completely mastered Sharingan, and now they have almost mastered Rinnegan. They also mastered Mangekyo Sharingan, which is extremely rare. Only the geniuses of the Uchiha clan owned it, but these two are an exception. Using the henge, the guys quietly study at the academy, although they entered a year later and were sent to the junior class. Naruto and Sasuke calmly own all the elements: lightning, fire, water, earth and wind. Thanks to Rinnegan, they quietly copied all the techniques of the Jonins and Chunins when they were training at the training ground. Naruto is best at taijutsu and ninjutsu, and genjutsu was not his, although he knows a couple of techniques. Sasuke, on the contrary, has a greater predilection for genjutsu and ninjutsu, but her taijutsu is lame. Thanks to kurama, they can control their power. Special training of the fox helped Sasuke to master full control of the chakra, and Naruto mastered his strength and can now safely enter the Biju mode. The guys don't show their real abilities. They are afraid that if someone from Uchiha or Hokage finds out about their abilities, they will be locked in a cage and used for personal purposes or for the benefit of this worthless village. They don't need it, so they have a plan that they are going to implement in due time. Kurama became their mentor and to some extent replaced their parents, but still it's not the same. Well, you go into the kitchen in the morning, and in front of you a 9-tailed fox, with a ladle in his hands, reads some recipe and prepares breakfast. Those mental scars will remain forever and no one will be able to heal them or not. During this time, Naruto and Sasuke became very close. Naruto has already realized that he feels more feelings for Sasuke than friendly, and she blindly does not notice these frank glances and gentle touches of the blonde. The way she tells him that he is her brother breaks Uzumaki's heart into pieces, but still he will someday confess his feelings to her, hoping that they will be mutual on both sides. Also, young ninjas have become very popular with their peers. These two are now being followed by crowds of boys and girls from the academy, and not only, though these two frankly don't give a shit about the loving looks of these children. The parents themselves forbid them to communicate with these two, and Naruto constantly insists that they listen to these old farts who hate them, but there are 3 guys with whom they communicate: Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Cheiji, and Yamanaka Ino. This trio is absolutely fine with Uchiha and Uzumaki. They were shocked to learn that they just want to communicate with them. And the truth is that in the orphanage they were constantly insulted and humiliated by children from noble clans, like Uchiha Daichi. And not only that, Hiro Namikaze, the son of Yondaime and the bloody habanero, often joined him. Naruto's POV: this crazy guy is an exact copy of Sasuke of the opposite sex, except that he has dark skin like his dad. He belongs to a small gang headed by Hiro Namikaze, my pathetic little brother and the son of this blonde. His sister Naruko also helps him. This pathetic one is an exact copy of mom, except that dad's hair is in different directions, but they are red, and Squeak, that's what I call my younger brother, is a copy of my worthless dad. This guy, when he sees me, immediately throws his fists and always loses to me. The only normal people on this planet besides us are the Inoshikacho Troika. We were nicknamed the Black King and Queen, which in principle is not a bad idea. These 3, despite the strictness of their parents, communicate with us, but we do not reveal their cherished secrets to them. We just talk about all sorts of different topics about the ninja world, often turning to discussing food because of Cheiji. They also talk about pressure from parents and their orders and prohibitions. Ino is the only girl in the academy who didn't fall for me, which I'm very glad about. She is the second girl with whom I can safely communicate after Sasuke, of course. I'm also a great cook, so breakfast and lunch are on me, but Sasuke asked me to take over dinner. After all, I really do everything around the house, assuring Sasuke that she has nothing to do with it. I try to show my feelings and care for her, but she simply does not notice them. And I'm also so modest. And POV, the children of Minato and Kushina and the son of the head of the ecchi are also studying in Naruto's class, so every day there is a fight at the academy between Hiro Namikaze and Naruto Umakizu. Yes, the blonde uses an anagram instead of his mother's real name, believing that this makes his life easier. And really, there were no questions about his parents, and there are none, so he lives quietly. For a quiet and everyday life, Uzumaki imposed special seals from the stolen scroll of his clan, protecting his life and apartment from prying eyes and hands. He put special seals with which no one could see what was going on in their apartment except themselves. Chakra lock seal, it does not allow outsiders to use jutsu within 100 meters of their apartment, and inside it, only Sasuke, Naruto, and Kurama can use their chakra. Today is the last day of our stay with Sasuke in this stupid academy where we have learned nothing. Finally, I will be able to leave this dump and implement a plan to capture the heart of my beloved Sasuke, by the way, who is now sitting next to me. I'm already 14 by the way, and I've grown up. Well, yes, my height is already 160 and my hair reaches my shoulder blades, so I tie them up like a shikamaru. I'm already sick of listening to Iruka's chatter, I'd rather admire Sasuke. I turn my head and wonder, she fell asleep. Although it is on the contrary better than I thought. Her marble skin is already shining, and a strand of black hair has fallen on her upturned nose, and while no one sees and she herself is sleeping, I gently tuck her behind the ear. I am distracted by the fact that Iruka has fallen silent and is now handing out tests for passing the genin exams. I woke Sasuke up and we started writing this moronic test. They wrote this test in 5 minutes, although it was designed for 2 hours. Throwing the leaves at Yumano's head, the couple calmly headed for the exit, accompanied by the surprised looks of classmates. Only Shikamaru, Cheiji, and Ino are grinning, waiting for a new scandal that brings only laughter and irritation of their sensei. Hey you, Naruto. Well, quickly apologize to sensei, and you Sasuke is also good. Naruto only lazily turned his head in the direction of this, in his opinion, squeaky voice, the owner of which was Hiro. Naruto just lazily missed his whining. I shouldn't apologize to Squeak and her teacher, considering that one of them is just showing off due to the fact that his dad is a Hokage. You're not capable of anything yourself, Malek. Kunai flew from Daichi's side, but Uzumaki only lazily missed and easily knocked the weapon flying at him aside. Kunai just stuck its point into the table of Yumano Iruki. Oh, you! Roared Hiro, and together with Daichi flew at this couple. Then Naruto remembered that he still needed to pass the exam with shadow clones. Immediately, the fists of these two brats were easily repelled. Sasuke and Naruto immediately kicked them in the stomach from a U-turn and they flew several meters away, crashing into their classmates and knocking them to the floor as if they were bowling pins. The same ones immediately disappeared, leaving only a little haze behind. They were clones. Someone from the class shouted. There was a haughty laugh outside the door, and then Naruto spoke up. We have already passed all the exams, so I'm waiting for my protector, said the blonde, returning to class with Sasuke. Iruka had no choice but to hand them 2 protectors. After taking them, they calmly left under the shouts and curses of Hiro and Naruto, although Daichi passed out after their blow. Shikamaru just grinned, accompanying his friend with a look. The guys came home and fell asleep immediately. After lying down all day and sleeping all night, they woke up in a good mood. After breakfast, they went to the academy, as they are assigned to genin teams. When they arrived, they found out that Sakura Haruno is also on the same team with them, a girl with pink hair. They also know that she is head over heels in love with Uzumaki. The guy made a verdict that she would interfere with them. Ino, Shikamaru, and Cheiji are on the same team, which is not surprising, since their fathers are very close friends. In addition, there is an agreement in the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, because of which the children of these clans always fall into the same team, led by Jonin from the Sarutobi clan. Their commander is Sarutobi Asuma. Their sensei is Kakashi Hatake. Naruto calls him Gray because of his unusual hair color. He doesn't know him personally, but he has often seen him in Dango and near the Hokage residence. They say that more than one genin has not passed his test, but Uzumaki does not care about that. He is concerned that Hatake has a Sharingan, which he hides under the protector. The whole class quickly got acquainted with their mentors. Only one person knocked out Naruto's calmness with his presence. Before Hatake appeared, the team of Hiro, Daichi, and Naruko was taken away by their mentor. When he saw her, he fell into shock. Kushina Uzumaki appeared in front of him. For a moment it seemed to him that she looked at him, but his doubts quickly passed when he came to his senses and saw that there was no one in the classroom except his team. But Naruto will always remember the image of his mother. Their similarity turned out to be only in the shape of the face, and most likely he went with the character in it. POV Kakashi, I'm not late. Entering the classroom, I noticed that it was empty, only 3 genins were sitting there. So SS. A brunette, a sullen blonde, and a pink-haired girl. Yes, this is my team. I take a piece of paper out of my pocket and look at the list: Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Umakizu, and Sakura Haruno. Yes, and how these were given to me. They will definitely fail the test, just like the rest of the kids, so let's go. We came to the place. From here there is a good view of Konoha. Well, it's time to get acquainted. End POV. Sakura volunteered to be the first to tell about herself, which did not surprise the rest of the team. My name is Sakura Haruno, which I love. She looked at Naruto, who was sitting. What I don't like. She looked at Sasuke, my dream. She looked at Uzumaki again, but her view was spoiled only by the Uchiha who had just sat down. My abilities, everything we were taught about at the academy. Don't worry about it. I understand everything, said Hatake and looked at Sasuke. Sensing his gaze on her, Uchiha turned and spoke. The name is Uchiha Sasuke. I love tomatoes. I don't like to say about it. The dream is also about abilities, and don't ask. The white-haired man was surprised by the tone of the Uchiha and her attitude to the elders, but did not decide to pay attention to it. Naruto Umakizu, is all Naruto said. And that's it? Yes. Hatake was even more surprised, but he was warned about these two that there would be difficulties with them, but not like this. For today, you can all disperse. I'm waiting for everyone tomorrow at the 7th training ground at 6 in the morning, and you don't have to eat before training, Kakashi said before leaving. Sakura just wanted to invite everyone to go to Ichiraka Ramen, as the trail of Uzumaki and Uchiha got cold, and Haruno went home alone. It's early morning in Konoha now. The sun's rays slowly make their way through the windows of the houses, forcing the owners to wake up and frown discontentedly. Naruto Umakizu and Sasuke Uchiha have recently graduated from the academy, which haunts the 4th Hokage. Now he is nervously sipping coffee, talking with a good man. Namikaze is very nervous. And what did you call me for? Sarutobi said with displeasure, sitting down on the sofa. Naruto and Sasuke, Namikaze said quietly and tiredly, swallowing coffee in his mouth. He worries that Kushina may suspect something about the fact that the allegedly deceased son is alive, and he lied to her. It will make it more difficult to keep the situation under control. If Kushina and Mikoto find out that their children are alive, there will be a scandal throughout the village and the situation will get out of control. I understand, but you have to understand that your son doesn't care about your feelings, as well as the Uchiha's daughter about the feelings of Mikoto and Fugaku. I imagine the faces of your wives when they find out that the children are alive. The girls will not leave a wet spot from you. Sarutobi-san, what should I do? Because everything has become complicated. Recently, my wife told me that she had agreed with Kakashi to train together. I didn't like this idea at all, but I didn't contradict Kushina. I trust Kakashi, so I hope that everything will go the best way. Yes, women are terrible in anger. Hiruzen grinned, remembering how his late wife yelled at him, Minato. Sarutobi suddenly became serious. Namikaze came across Hiruzen's serious gaze and tensed up. If Kushina finds out that Naruto is her son, it will break her heart, considering how he treats all of us. Do you realize the complexity of the situation? If the whole village finds out about this, you will be disgraced. Always remember that you are a Hokage. Never forget that. I am aware of the complexity of the situation. And how is my son doing there? You visited him recently, didn't you? Minato said, rubbing his tired eyes from sleepless nights. Yes, I visited him. He has grown up very much. He cooks delicious, I'll tell you. He's very good at cooking ramen and everything else. The character took after his mother, only 100 times rougher, and he's still a bore. Honestly, I am the only adult in the whole world to whom he shows respect. Sarutobi said, taking the cup of tea offered to Namikaze. He hates you. What? He knows everything about you and Kushina, but he hasn't mentioned it to anyone except Sasuke. He absolutely does not care about your feelings and attitude towards you, he said, getting up from the sofa. How did you find out about this? Minato said softly, still in shock. These words completely deprived him of hope for a pardon from his son, and now what? He said it himself. He also said that he would not meddle in your life and does not advise you in his with Sasuke. He doesn't care about your feelings. He also said that most likely his father didn't care who he stuffed the kubi into, even his own son. And the last thing is that if you and Fugaku try to use them for your own purposes, they will erase the village into powder. Minato, I advise you to listen to the words of this boy. There is a fox chakra in him. If he starts cooperating with Kyuubi, then trouble will not be avoided. The last thing Sarutobi said before he left Namikaze's office, leaving him alone with himself. Yes, Minato knows that Naruto hates him, but not to this extent. Yamato is your code name. You will be present at the joint training of Kushina and Kakashi. If the nine-tailed one starts to break out, then you will subdue him with Makuto techniques. Hi, but none of them knows what can happen during Kakashi's trials and Kushina's training. Kushina and her children arrived on time at the training ground, where they were met by Kakashi and Sakura. Uzumaki looked around, looking for the rest of Kakashi's team, but she didn't see anyone except Haruno. Kushina turned around as a shinobi she didn't know was approaching them. It turned out to be a young guy of about 22 with short-cropped brown hair. He has a protector on his forehead, somewhat similar to the protector of the second Hokage. He's wearing a standard shinobi vest and regular black sandals. Blue-black trousers and a blouse with a throat complemented this picture. He smiled. I raised my hand in greeting. My name is Yamato. The fourth one sent you to help with joint training. Kushina frowned a little. She is worried about the presence of an ANBU member and the delay of the rest of Kakashi's team. The children themselves got to know him with pleasure, suspecting nothing. Uzumaki quickly slipped to Kakashi with a puzzled face, peering into the calm face of Hatake reading. Kakashi, why is an ANBU member here and where are the rest of your team members? Don't worry, Kushina-san, here they are. Hatake pointed with his hand somewhere in the distance. Gradually Kushina considered the rest of his team members. A tall blonde guy about 14 years old. Her hair is tied in a short ponytail, sticking out at the top with a hedgehog, blue eyes, and 3 stripes on each cheek complement the whole picture. Tan skin is slightly cast in bronze. The boy is wearing black shinobi pants, sandals, and a mesh t-shirt. He has a protector with a black bandage on his forehead. In a word, handsome. A little ahead of him, there is a girl, also 14 years old. Aristocratic pale skin, slightly upturned nose, black hair and straight posture. Seeing her, you can say that she is of noble blood and that the blood of aristocrats flows in her veins. All her clothes are black or blue-black. On the left hand is a black glove with a Konoha protector. They seemed vaguely familiar to Uzumaki, which she rather dislikes, especially this blonde man, and his arrogant grin says, "I have nothing to do here and don't care about everything." "Well, everyone has gathered, let's start with acquaintance," Kushina said, shifting her gaze to the others. "My name is Kushina Uzumaki." Yamato and Kakashi-kun decided to hold a joint training session together. "And so what's your name?" She turned to Kakashi's team and smiled a little, only with the tips of her lips, trying to defuse the situation. "The first, as always, is Sakura." "My name is Sakura Haruno," said the girl, smiling back. "And what about you?" Uzumaki asked, turning to Naruto and Sasuke. "I know," grinned Daichi, "a jerk and a bitch." For this he got a slap from Kushina. "Daichi, you can't behave like that. Remember what manners your mother taught you." I know that they don't have them at all, they are orphans." Having said this, Daichi was hit in the stomach again, but not from Kushina. Time seemed to slow down and Naruto appeared in front of Uchiha, who himself uses taijutsu on him. Rage seized the guy and he was not afraid to use his considerable strength in front of his mother and the others, but Sasuke did not approve of it and stayed on the sidelines waiting for the outcome of this next skirmish. "Just because I don't have a mother doesn't mean I don't know manners. You don't know anything about me, and Sasuke, you don't understand anything." Naruto is angry and Uchiha understands this. Releasing him, Daichi flies 10 meters away and lands on his stomach, simultaneously grabbing him to ease the pain. Naruto is absolutely right, although he lied a little, because he knows that Kushina is his own mother. He's just not going to say it out of principle. Plus, only a few people know about it and no one is going to talk about it. "Naruto, calm down," Kakashi shouted and abruptly fell silent. It was impossible to pronounce the guy's name in front of Kushina. Now it is much more difficult to hide the truth from her. Looks like the fourth overestimated his abilities. She herself fell into a difficult shock from what she heard. This boy's name is like a long-dead son, but she is not sure that it is him. She knows for sure that she will have a serious talk with Minato about him. Kushina broke away from her thoughts and saw that everything had already been sorted out. Naruto is sitting under a tree, pacifying his ardor and looking around the place around him. This is a small clearing, so to speak. The polygon is surrounded by trees on almost all sides. Only on one side is a metal fence with an open entrance. "Since everyone has calmed down, then we can start." Naruto turned around and looked at Sasuke, who sat down next to him listening to what Kushina was saying. "This exam is related to your work in the team," but Naruto doesn't listen to Hatake, but looks at Uchiha, melting in her onyx eyes. She also stopped listening to Kakashi's explanation and turned to Naruto. Now they are constantly looking at each other, feeling a stormy rush of emotions. Sasuke is drowning in blue eyes, like an ocean absorbing and beckoning her. This native face looks at her with love, forcing her to look at him steadily. Sasuke shudders from the light breeze of the cool morning wind. "Sasuke, I wanted to tell you." The guy hesitated a little, weighing all the pros and cons. Sasuke stares at him and finally realizes how dear he is to her. How his touch makes her melt in his strong and tanned hands. How those light and barely perceptible caresses of a guy like her. Finally, she realized that she was in love with him and did not want to let him go for a second. She wants to wake up in his arms every morning. She wants to be protected from everyone and everything by him, so that he always protects her the way he does now. He did not let her go, always supported her and never betrayed her. She wants him with her whole body and barely restrains herself from kissing him in front of everyone. Instead, she barely squeezes out these words, "Tell me, don't be afraid, I don't bite." Naruto is already stifling from this expectation. He had endured the last 5 years, holding on so as not to scare her. Uzumaki endured with his whole body and understood deep in his soul that his feelings were mutual, just not yet understood. He waited and now he will be able to fulfill his dream into reality, and even if the girl refuses, he will still try to continue until he wins her heart. not knowing that he has already won it for a long time. Now Naruto will just say 3 cherished words, waiting for an answer. After receiving it, he will finally find out how dear she is, and she is to him. I love you. Uzumaki says slowly and drawlingly, briefly stroking the girl's cheek with the back of his hand. A barely noticeable blush appears on her cheeks and her heart skips a beat. For Sasuke, this moment lasts like an eternity, and she doesn't want it to end. It seems to her that these 3 words slowly stretch out in a distant echo, not letting go and clouding the girl's mind. The girl is overwhelmed by feelings, and barely pacifying them, she hides behind a mask of a warm smile, which spreads in a wide arc across her face. She does this sincerely, letting the guy know that she cares about him, but she still has to answer. Struggling with embarrassment, the brunette still managed to answer him, and I love you Naruto, too. The guy's inside turned over and he smiled like a Cheshire cat. So contented and no less happy. This answer has already determined their future fate. Now he will not move a step away from her, will not let go, will not let anyone hurt her, and will surround her from all sides with love, affection, and eternal care. They will be together forever, and even death will not separate them. For them, this moment is eternal, while the rest live only for a few seconds. Gradually the couple returns to reality, and they turn around at the noise nearby. Daichi started arguing again, only this time not with Uzumaki, but with Yamato. I don't understand why the cheese collection. They slowly rise from the grass. Naruto, Sasuke whispered softly. Now the rest do not care about lovers, which gives them the opportunity to be alone for a little longer, just a little bit to stretch their bliss. Yes, honey. From these words, the girl blushed and the boy smiled and sighed happily. Blush suits you, come on, let's go to them already, but at home. But Sasuke was not allowed to finish. For you, anything is important, that everything suits you. She was even more confused and looked like a ripe tomato. Okay, let's go, the couple lazily trudged to the others, occasionally throwing loving glances at each other, now and then embarrassed and blushing. They finally approached them and Naruto yawned loudly, attracting the attention of the others. What do you want? Hiro was indignant, getting hit on the head by his sister, which surprised everyone. Usually a blonde gets lessons from his mom, not from his sister. Naruto grinned, thinking to himself that his little sister is not so bad. The girl just grinned and walked away to her mother, simultaneously watching her brother's reaction. Okay. Finally, Hatake casually stretched out, hiding the book with vulgarities and looking at the others. Then we can start training. The point is that you take away the bells from us. Naruto frowned a little, but calmed down when he saw the number of items. Each of the older shinobi held a rope in his hand, on which hung 2 ringing balls. Hatake immediately disappeared in a cloud of smoke, followed by Kushina and Yamato, smiling affably at the children, leaving behind a small haze. Well, if that's the case, Namikaze Jr. turned to Uzumaki, then you don't get in the way. I'll deal with this task myself, and you, the blonde man pointed at Haruno, will come with us. Well, since you're so smart, then go, fail the mission, then you're to blame, Uzumaki calmly said, walking in place to that tree with Sasuke. Naruto-kun, wait. Sakura shouted, but Sasuke stopped her. The girl doesn't like this pink-haired girl and she really annoys her. Wait, go with them, Uchiha said coldly to Haruno, but, we don't need you, so go with the others if you don't want to fail this time, Naruto said, which greatly offended the girl. Tears flowed from her eyes, which caused even more irritation among the other team members, and ran away in the direction of Namikaze. Sighing wearily, the guy sat down under the same tree, inviting Sasuke. When everyone was out of sight, Uzumaki unexpectedly kissed Sasuke himself. It was a fleeting kiss, but it brought so much pleasure that they both wanted more. The guy kissed her again, more sharply and persistently, wanting to get inside. Sasuke succumbed, which made the guy very happy. Knocking her to the ground, he began to study her mouth, wanting to dominate. The constant desire excited them both, and from the gentle touch Sasuke sighed languidly, arousing him even more. The guy's hand slipped under the t-shirt, but the girl stopped him in time. Not here, not now, you know yourself. The girl deftly twisted out from under him, straightening her clothes. Moving away from the shock, the guy got up from the ground, simultaneously putting on a t-shirt that he managed to take off. Okay, I'm sorry, the girl interrupted him. You don't need to apologize, you understand it yourself. Naruto ridiculously grinned, folding his hands behind his head and twisting his face in a ridiculous grin, which Uchiha really likes. Did you find them? Yes, then go ahead, Sasuke said, and the couple disappeared behind the trees, now a real couple. Are you sure they won't find us for a long time? Kushina asked. She looked around nervously, but did not feel the special presence of the chakra next to them. Her son's chakra is getting further and further away. The boy is leading the others in the wrong direction. He led them to the west, and the Hunins are in the east. They'll never be found that way. Yes, said Kakashi, peering into the thicket of the forest. Now this trio is located in a small clearing in the eastern part of the landfill. They do not know that they have been tracked down for a long time and are watching them, waiting for the right moment. Quickly picking up the right moment, Sasuke and Naruto jumped out at the right moment, surrounding them. They've already planned everything. While Hatake and Yamato stood in front of Kushina for protection, they unknowingly played into the hands of young ninjas. The bottom line is that they will quickly neutralize the first two, causing heavy damage. They will erase their memory, but it will be more difficult with Kushina, because no matter how she is Naruto's mother and he understands that she does not know that he is alive and will not harm her. He will put her to sleep, also simultaneously erasing the memory of this fight and taking the bells from her. He has no feelings for Kushina, but he will not hurt her. Let everything be as before. Well, let's start, just give us the bells and we'll leave you alone. Naruto calmly spoke to the Hunins. Why all of a sudden? Kakashi asked, hiding the book. From the fact that if you don't give it in a good way, it will be in a bad way, said Naruto. Ha! And what will two genins do to us? This, Naruto said calmly and suddenly disappeared. Suddenly appearing behind Hatake, attacking the white-haired one. But he stopped the attack, somewhere behind Kushina, but she did not dare to get into this fight. She's wondering what the outcome of the fight will be. At the same time, Sasuke is fighting Yamato, but Uzumaki and Uchiha decided not to lay out some trumps and leave something tasty for last. Naruto uses only his taijutsu and Hatake can no longer restrain his attacks, he will have to use Sharingan. Hatake activated it, but it didn't get any easier. All these precise and rhythmic blows were from all sides, that Jounin simply does not have time to put blocks. Here I stopped the boy's lunge, immediately counterattacking him, but all to no avail. Umakizu pushed him further and further away from Kushina and Yamato, the same thing Sasuke does with the owner of wood techniques. POV Kakashi, I don't understand where he got so much strength from. This guy is incredible, he was able to evade all my attacks, and at the same time he didn't look tired and didn't use a single technique. And this is a girl? Yamato probably isn't feeling well right now either. I'll have to activate the Sharingan, otherwise I'll blow it quickly. Dodging another attack, I quickly lifted the protector to see his attack. But he stopped attacking. Why? Did he have to apply taijutsu further, or does he know the properties of Sharingan? The boy pulled out a bunch of kunai from the bag and scattered it everywhere. Once again attacking him, I made a lunge, but a false one, to pick up one of them. A little heavy and of an unusual shape with some seals. It seems that the guy is at a decent distance, and what will he do? He's not going to attack in vain. Why is he staring at me? No, he's looking at the kunai in my hands. Stop the kunai with seals? It looks like a Chet technique, and POV Hatake caught himself late. He did not immediately recognize one of the techniques of the fourth Hokage, but he cares how this guy knows such seals? Hatake saw that, when the blonde took them out, these seals were not there. So he marked them when he scattered them all over the forest, flying thunder god technique. Uzumaki said, immediately disappearing. Hatake quickly threw the kunai aside, but he was mistaken. They are scattered everywhere and he does not know where he will appear from. I'm trapped. This kid was able to separate me from Yamato, thereby leading me into a trap. Commendable, but how did they spot us? Kakashi said softly, looking around for the blue-eyed one. Umakizu appeared out of nowhere and seriously scared Hatake, but this moment did not last long. Naruto quickly released her at the right moment with one blow with the help of chakra control, thereby stunning Hatake. Uzumaki sat down next to him and put his index and middle fingers to his forehead, thereby depriving him of memories of this battle. Well, honey, wait for me, the blonde man said and picked up Hunin like a sack of potatoes, going to a meeting with Sasuke. Kushina is standing in the center of the clearing in deathly silence, waiting for Kakashi and Yamato to return, but that was it. She saw this Naruto coming out of the forest and his clothes were not even wrinkled, not a single scratch. Kakashi is hanging on his right shoulder. Horrified, she turned around when she saw that Yamato was being carried in the same condition as Hatake. The teenagers carefully placed the bodies on the grass and began to approach her, folding the seals. She is so shocked that she is not even able to lay down simple seals. She began to have hysterics, rapid breathing and palpitations. She can't concentrate and starts to sink to the ground. It's like a terrible nightmare for her. We will not hurt you. Kushina turned to the owner of this voice, a sonorous voice with a hoarseness. This blonde man smiled gently with a slice of sadness. I'm sorry, Naruto said, getting a little closer to her. For what? But then Kushina felt two cold fingers pressed on the arterial point on her neck and she fell asleep. Sasuke carefully put the woman on the ground, as she is the mother of her boyfriend. This thought made her a little embarrassed, but she overcame her embarrassment. Sasuke, Uzumaki turned to her. What, Naruto? Sasuke got up from her seat and walked over to him, slightly adjusting his t-shirt. Does this guy from the ANBU have special techniques? Uchiha just grinned. Mokutan no Jutsu, said Uchiha, folding the seal and putting out one hand. A wooden bar began to come out of it. The element of wood, interesting, muttered Uzumaki, scratching his chin in a funny pose. Uchiha just sighed wearily and dispelled the technique. Approaching him, the girl muttered this on her lips. A surprise awaits you at home in the evening, but for now take a walk. With these words, the girl disappeared into the haze, leaving Uzumaki alone with vulgar thoughts. But he didn't stay here either, but disappeared with his thoughts. While Sasuke is preparing a surprise for me, I will buy a new book of a perverted hermit. Do you think he'll like Kurum's surprise? What do you think? Rather, very much. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, oh, it's interesting, very interesting. Naruto returned late in the evening in anticipation of a surprise, but then Sasuke broke him off. Kurama, strangely, was not at home, and when he came into the room, Sasuke was asleep. Having dissolved, Uzumaki trudged into the bathroom. After taking a shower, he changed into a clean t-shirt and put on his favorite boxers, but then finally, so to speak, a surprise woke up, and leaning on the jamb, looking at Uzumaki. He himself is out. Sasuke is standing in front of him in a light silk robe that emphasizes her figure. Taking the guy by the collar of his t-shirt, the girl pulled Naruto towards the bedroom. Throwing him on the bed, she said something that he did not expect in any way. I want you, and that's all I need. Uzumaki's tongue invaded the girl's mouth, slowly studying it, right, because they are in no hurry. Breaking away from such delicate and pink lips, the guy broke away from her. Taking off such a delicate t-shirt, he swapped Sasuke's places. Leaving a small hickey on her neck, he moved to the girl's collarbones, without stopping and untying the robe. The silk gently caressed his skin and aroused him even more. I'm going to give you the most beautiful night of your life, he said, unconsciously licking his lips. I have no doubt about it. For these so pleasant words Uzumaki rewarded her with another kiss. Passion enveloped them with a head. Flashback. It was a week before graduation from the academy. After the lessons, Naruto and Sasuke called Cheiji, Shikamaru and Ino to discuss one important problem: escape from Konoha. This idea was born a month ago. The parents of Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka put too much pressure on them and demand a lot from their children. It bothered the guys too much and they turned to Naruto and Sasuke for help. And what did you decide? Uzumaki asked, sitting down on the ground next to Sasuke. We want to escape with you, Shikamaru declared. He looked at Naruto point blank, proving his seriousness and unshakable confidence. Do you even know what you're doing? Sasuke suddenly declared, when we escape from Konoha, everyone will consider us dead, and we will never come back here. Are you ready to make such sacrifices? Are you ready to wander around the world? These questions made them think. Isn't it true? They will leave the village, the others will think that they are dead. Then what? Then nothing, to wander around the world in search of a place where you can live happily despite all the machinations, where Uzumaki still has a plan and a goal, and he just hasn't voiced them yet. The whole trio is inclined to the second option, since they trust the blonde and know his reliability, but now it's not about that. They will still choose a path with dangers and risks instead of a boring and tedious life locked up, which is controlled by your father. After exchanging glances with the others, Shikamaru resolutely said, Yes, and we will do anything for the sake of freedom, just like you. The blonde man grinned at his words, but approvingly without mockery and correctly. He himself says that there are still others like them somewhere else, but like them. Sasuke stood up with Naruto, and he offered his hand to Shikamaru to shake. So he intends to conclude an unspoken agreement between them. I like you and that's why we agree to take you with us. Just know that it will be difficult, very difficult. This is not a hindrance for us. END flashback earlier in the morning for the late birds is not a hindrance. Together they will survive everything. This night is forever imprinted in their memory, leaving only feelings of passion and euphoria, peaceful sleep and peace, and what was before that. The stormy and passionate atmosphere clouded the teenagers' heads, preventing them from realizing everything that was happening. They only wanted each other and it blocked everything else. Animal instincts did not allow them to realize what was happening, clouding their whole mind, putting lust and desire in the first place, but it was an unforgettable feeling. At the end of their passion, Naruto let his mind into consciousness a little and came out before rising to the peak of bliss. Now they are resting and enjoying each other's warmth, surrendering to the dream that has taken possession of them. Covered with a blanket, the girl sleeps quietly on the chest of the blonde, listening to the measured breathing of her boyfriend. His hand rests peacefully on the girl's waist, and his fingers create invisible patterns on the marble skin of a young person. Naruto has woken up and now he is looking at such a desirable face of his beloved. Blue pools of eyes peer into every feature of Sasuke's face, enjoying sleep, trying to remember every single one and drive it into memory, forever, like this night. A soft smile appears on the brunette's face, slowly spreading all over her face, full of tenderness, bliss and warmth. Two onyx eyes look at Uzumaki, surprising and forcing them to plunge into the abyss, not letting go of the guy for a moment. Good morning, Good morning. The guy reached out to the girl's face with his lips and kissed her on the nose. A light and fleeting kiss makes Sasuke melt in the strong hands of Uzumaki, who do not want to let her go. After enjoying the idol, they still decided to get up and prepare to leave the village. When Sasuke got up, she felt unbearable pain all over her body and worried Uzumaki decided to take her to the bath and help her wash. The girl just wanted to refuse as a tremor passed through her body with weakness, disturbing Uzumaki even more. No, I'll help you take a bath. The brunette just didn't say anything. He's right. Naruto is now gaining water by adding a little foam. Sasuke just looks at him gratefully and smiles. Now she's his, and he's hers. No one will be able to refute this, neither Hokage, nor Uchiha Fugaku nor Anbu will be able to separate them. They are connected by a red thread of fate that has never manifested itself as it is now. Naruto carefully ran a washcloth over his back, looking with horror at the bruises left after that night and cursing himself in his thoughts. He blames himself for hurting her, but he's happy. Out of nowhere, the feeling of lightness that appeared melted, filling his soul with guilt. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. What happened last night is not a mistake, you understand it yourself. I am happier than ever that the person closest to me is next to me, and I don't need more. Naruto, I love you and I will never stop loving you, even if you hurt me, and to ease my fate and remove bruises, use medical jutsu. Uzumaki smiled warmly and did everything as his girlfriend said. By applying ironing jutsu on Sasuke, they got rid of the traces of last night, but did not take into account the fact that there were scratches on Uzumaki's back left from Uchiha's nails. Now it was Uchiha's turn to treat him. Having completely got rid of the traces of the recent night, the couple decided to take care of the house. Naruto went to make breakfast, and Sasuke lazily put on a Uzumaki t-shirt, which was thigh-high, and went to change the bed. Having finished with all the things before her lover, the girl quietly crept up to him from behind and hugged him from behind. The smell of a delicious omelette filled the whole kitchen, and Uchiha sighed blissfully, trying to stretch the pleasure. You won't even ask me what I'm cooking? The blue-eyed man said, a little surprised, looking at Sasuke. Why, I love everything you cook, but most of all I love you. The girl kissed the guy on the nose, and at the door, someone rang. Who else is there? Uzumaki went to open the door, tying his hair into a high ponytail. When he opened the door, he saw Yamanaka, Nara and Akimichi on the threshold. Naruto, Uzumaki, who else came there? Uchiha appeared from around the corner in one t-shirt, and this is you. Well then come on in. In the evening, Kushina decided to have a serious talk about Naruto Umakizu. Now the red-haired one is heading towards the Hokage residence. All the time before, she had been trying to find out more information about him, but all to no avail. She didn't find out anything so important, and now she decided to talk to her husband after all. Calmly reaching the office, she found Namikaze alone, but littered with a pile of different papers. Hi, honey, Minato said, sipping a cup of coffee. Hello. Did you want to ask me something? He raised his head and met his wife's cold gaze. He had a panic attack, because if she guessed everything, then what? Nothing. Namikaze is trying to calm his fear, but everything is even. Yes, I recently wondered who is this boy Naruto Umakizu? Minato frowned and hesitated for a moment. You don't need it. Namikaze said calmly, taking another sip of coffee and nervously swallowing it. Kushina's heavy gaze haunts him. I want to know who this boy is. His wife's expression changed and tears appeared in her eyes. Namikaze was genuinely surprised by this situation, and there was nothing left to do but answer her questions. He doesn't want to see her like this, he wants her to be happy. Is he our son? Yes, Kushina, I'm sorry. He felt bitter for his actions and for everything in general. Only now he realized his guilt before her and before his son, who now wants to have nothing to do with them. He now does not care about their feelings, he is on his own, far from them. Kushina started crying loudly. She believed all these years that her son was dead. Every year, she came to the cemetery leaving flowers on the grave of the supposedly deceased Naruto Namikaze, believing that her first son was dead and could not even see this world. She swears, expresses all her opinion to him, gets angry, yells, and shouts. It's strange that no one has come here yet. And what about him? Now Minato is like an insensitive, emotionless doll. His mind is downcast, not understanding the words of his wife. Namikaze seems as if he is watching all this from the side and can do nothing to calm down. Suddenly, his body was pierced with great pain, Kushina clung to his neck with her hands, sharply unclenching them. "I'm sorry, I meant well." The voice is hoarse and weak, like its owner himself. He is now nothing but a pathetic semblance of the hero of the village. The great Hokage who lost his son, but defeated the nine-tailed fox himself, thereby saving his village. But at what price? "I'm sorry, I wanted the best, but you're pathetic. Even if your son is a Jinchuriki, it doesn't mean he's a monster. Or did you think I was a monster too? You have deprived me of my own son and condemned him to suffering and torment. You are not a hero, you are a complete shit filled only with cruelty and selfishness." She hit him so hard in the face that he flew off and crashed into the wall, making a hole in it. A small trickle of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and Namikaze was already unconscious, but another blow from his wife brought him to his senses. At the same moment, Shikaku Naru, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Chiza Akimichi burst into the room. Seeing this picture, Kushina released her husband and said in a cold tone, "What do you need?" "Our children." Yamanaka began to speak and sank to the floor. "Dead." Shikaku finished for him. "Goodbye Konoha," Uzumaki said softly. "I will never come back here again," he said, hiding in the foliage under the cover of night with the others. 3 months later. "How much longer?" Shadow asked. "No, the village of Hidden Rain is very close." The second shadow hidden under the cloak pointed somewhere in the distance, where heavy rain was visible. "A little more and we will get to it. Then we need to find one person living there with his family. He is a shinobi and will help us. Besides, he's a distant relative of mine." "How do you know about him?" the girl asked in her voice, hugging the shadow a little. "Konoha's archives helped me in this." The shadow next to the girl put one arm around her waist. "What's his name?" "Nagato Uzumaki." 5 previously unknown shinobi villages are heading towards a high-rise building. Their clothes didn't get wet thanks to the watertight raincoats. The faces are hidden behind a hood, which is a little annoying for passing passers-by. Having entered the building, one of the shadows previously gave money to the attendant, and then put him to sleep. Going up to one of the last floors, the shadows felt the chakra and quite strong not far from them, so they are heading in the right direction. Having reached the right door, one of the shadows knocked on the door. A moment later, a girl of about 25 with blue hair and amber eyes appeared in the doorway. "Who are you going to?" the landlady asked. One of the shadows spoke. "We're looking for Nagato Uzumaki." A hoarse voice spoke up. "Who's asking him?" the blue-haired woman asked. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." A yellow crown appeared from under the hood and soon Uzumaki appeared in front of her. His dark skin, stripes on his cheeks, and bright blue eyes made him unique. He is dressed in dark gray clothes. The right hand is bandaged. "Honey, who's there?" A guy about her age came around the corner. Red straight hair is tied in a long ponytail, and the left eye is hidden by bangs. However, on the right side there was a rinnegan, not hidden under the henge. "What do you need?" "I have a proposal for you and we ask for shelter from you. We will not insist if you refuse us and we will spend the night. At dawn we will leave the village. Of course there is not enough space, but we will give you a room. Come on in." Conan pointed to the corridor and the 5 went into the house. "You've seen him, he looks very much like the son of the 4th Hokage. Yes, perhaps he will give answers to our questions and if his proposal coincides with my assumption, then we will be able to leave this place." And Nagato gently stroked his beloved's tummy and kissed her forehead, continuing, "We can protect our child." As Conan and Nagato said, the team was housed in a small and completely empty room without furniture with one small window on the right side. Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi are located near the window, and Naruto and Sasuke are at a distance from them in the corner of the room. They are always away from their companions out of love for each other. Teammates know about them and are happy for them, without interfering with their relationship and themselves, giving them the opportunity to be alone. For a month they hid in a small village on the border with the Land of Wind. Then they wandered for a long time hiding from Yato's gang, eventually killing him and the others. Then they mapped out a path to the Rain Country to Nagato and Konan. Naruto spoke in detail about his life with Sasuke, the others also added a little about themselves. After dinner, Ino, Shikamaru and Cheiji went to bed, hinting that they were on their way tomorrow. Sasuke stayed for a while longer and chatted with Konan, while Naruto asked Nagato about his Rinnegan. Feeling tired and sleepy, Sasuke went to the others in the room. Konan, Nagato, and Naruto were left alone for an important conversation. "We want to invite you to come with us. Where to?" Konan asked, handing out glasses of hot tea. "We want to restore the hidden whirlpool village. We'll be safe there and rebuild our clan." Nagato. "But how? This is madness, after all. How are you going to do it? We own a Rinnegan just like you. In Konoha, we once met a shinobi with a mokutan, which will help in the further construction of the village. You could help us with that. Also during our trip, we found another member of the Uzumaki clan, Karen, and promised to come for her. We want to create a place where everyone who has not found a place has found happiness and a family. We will help you, Naruto, I promise." "When are you going to leave?" Nagato asked. "Tomorrow at dawn we leave, are you with us?" The blonde man said with a hint of hope in his voice. "Yes, where are you going?" Konan asked. "In the beginning, we will take Karen from the village hidden in the grass, there someone else will join us, then we will go to the village of Sound, with a proposal to Orochimaru. It's dangerous. I know, but we'll try and thank you for hosting." Suddenly Naruto was hugged and someone turned out to be Konan. "We will help you and you are well done. Someday we will all be very happy. Thanks." After talking a little more, Naruto also went to bed, as did Konan and Nagato. Lying down comfortably, the blonde hugged his girlfriend from behind and fell asleep with a loud sigh. Tomorrow, at dawn, their lives will change. Naruto and Sasuke's plan was gaining momentum and slowly began to come into effect. They took Karen from the village and someone else went with them. This someone turned out to be Zabuza Momochi and Haku. Even though they belonged to the Hidden Fog, it's still not clear how they ended up in the village of Hidden Grass. Joining the others, they headed to the village of Sound. There they barely persuaded Orochimaru to help them on the condition that he could freely study the Uzumaki clan scrolls and explore the surroundings of the future village. They were also joined by Yugo and Suigetsu Hozuki, Orochimaru's wards, as well as several other shinobi and ordinary residents. Suigetsu immediately grappled with Karen, but Uzumaki was able to calm them down. Now they are living on the island, clearing the territory to resume this village. Using Makoto, Uchiha, and both Uzumaki created several houses for further living. After all, no one knows how long the construction will last. Uzumaki have already managed to surround the island with protective barriers and seals, so that no one will find them. Sasuke, yes? Uchiha, who was looking into the river before, turned around at Uzumaki's voice. "We have built a bridge to the other side of the island and tomorrow we will go explore other territories." Naruto sat down next to his beloved and kissed her on the nose. "Soon we will build our new home and live happily. I'm happy as it is, Naruto. When I'm next to you, I'm the happiest on earth." Having said that, she lay down on the guy's lap and hugged him by the shoulders. "I'll still find a way to make you happier. I know you've always kept your promises." Meanwhile, near a small wooden house, Nagato and Konan looked at the couple and smiled. "They're so cute." Konan muttered, sitting down on a wooden bench. "I know they didn't deserve all this, but they found each other." Nagato sat down next to his wife. "I hope they will make their dream come true. 2 years have passed since there was mourning in Konoha, but this is not about that. Now everything is different. Everyone knows that there used to be an island near the shores of the Land of Fire, or is it still there? No one knows this anymore, he disappeared from the face of the earth and no one saw him. This is self-deception. In fact, a new village is flourishing there now. The people living there are very happy, and all thanks to their leader, Uzukage. The village itself is hidden in a whirlpool. This is a small, medium-sized island, hidden from the eyes of outsiders. The whole island is surrounded by a large stone fortress shore, protecting the entire village. There is a large invisible dome above and around the island, protecting the villagers from prying eyes. There are towers on each side of the island, where posts are changed every 12 hours, and during shifts, security is specially strengthened, although there is no need. The whole village occupies the entire territory of the island. No one knows about this island and about Uzukage and everything else in general. While they live happily, the rest of the world suffers the collapse of the economy, especially Konoha. The island is divided into 5 parts. The eastern part is the shinobi's place of residence. There are also separate residences belonging to members of clans living on the island. There are many representatives of clans living on the island: Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka. They were all gathered on the island during the annual Uzukage trip around the world. The Nara clan is run by Shikamaru Nara, their number is 228 people, then Yamanaka, 134, and Akimichi, 97 people. There are several representatives of the Aburame and Inazuka clans, but their territory is much smaller than the territory of the above-described clans. The Uzumaki clan consists of only 5 people, one of whom is Uzukage himself. The Uchiha clan consists of only one person, Sasuke Uchiha, but she lives with her boyfriend. The rest of the east is occupied by ordinary houses of ordinary whirlpool shinobi. In the north, ordinary villagers live. Nothing particularly stands out place, only by its nature. The importance of the north in industry. Metal, wood, and many other important resources are mined on its territory, without which it is impossible to do. The south is one of the most beautiful places on the island thanks to waterfalls. Rocky mountain plains stretch for many kilometers, making the south a paradise of the island. There is a large number of cherry trees and cherry trees growing here. Thanks to them, it becomes indescribably beautiful here in the spring. The south is full of rice fields thriving due to the local climate, suitable for the development of different cultures. There are also several fields where different animals are grazed. It is thanks to the southern part of the island that they do not depend on other countries for food. The west is particularly unremarkable and there are no features there, except that the Shinobi Academy. She is huge and very beautiful. Patterns in the shape of biju are carved on the white walls, adding variety to the external structure of the academy. Next to it there are many institutes for ordinary residents and ordinary schools. There are also plenty of dormitories. It's like an academic town of some kind, but shinobi training is much more developed here than in other countries. Not far from the academy is Forest Sea, where the Chunin exams have been held for the last 2 years. The total number of shinobi on the island is about 2,000. 1,000 are elite jonins, then ordinary jonins, then chunins and genins. The rest of the children live and study at the academy. Once a week, relatives come to visit them and find out how things are going. The center is like an island within an island connected to the rest of the 12 bridges. 9 of them are named after Jubi, and the rest are named after Uzukage, Sasuke Uchiha, and Nagato Uzumaki, the so-called creators of the village. The circular square occupies the center of the island and is central. In the south stands the Uzukage residence, and the rest of the center is occupied by 3 rows of twisted streets flowing into the central square. Every summer, the village celebrates a holiday in honor of the creation of the village of Uzushio. A parade with fireworks and various costumed performances. In the center of the square, there is a statue of the first Uzukage and his name is Naruto Uzumaki. The village is autonomous thanks to the Uzukage policy. His most important decision is a ban. All people and shinobi have no right to talk about the village. They automatically become nukanins. Only members of the ANBU can leave the village and trusted persons too. There is a council in the village, consisting of 3 shinobi of at least S rank. The members of the council are Uchiha Sasuke, lightning, Uzumaki Nagato, water, Nara Shikamaru, fire. These 3 are responsible for the order in the whole village, however, Yuzukage is still the main one. The members of the council make decisions, and then discuss them with Yuzukage. One scientist and experimenter lives in the village, creating various techniques and seals mainly to protect the village. This is none other than Orochimaru. The kid was not mistaken when he convinced him that the life of the snake Sannin would completely change and everything would be fine, and he did not lie to him. Now he is a well-respected resident of Uzushio. Whenever Orochimaru walks through his favorite park, everyone greets him and bows. Indeed, he is considered one of the founders of the village. He communicates well with Nagato, and despite such a young age, respects Naruto, and accepts him as Yuzukage. Nagato lives very happily with her family. 2 years ago, his son was born. He was a copy of his father, except that his eyes were like his mother's. The boy was named Akume, and Naruto became the godfather, despite his distant relationship with Nagato. It turned out that Karen is Nagato's niece, which greatly pleased the man, and they lived together. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha live happily and run the village. Their life has improved in a much better way than it used to be much. Now Naruto and Sasuke are happily living in a small mansion on the territory of the Uzumaki clan. In a year, Yuzukage will make a very important step in their lives. Question: why not earlier? The fact is that Naruto is not ready for this, unlike Sasuke. He is still afraid that maybe if he hurries, Sasuke will get scared and break up with him. There is nothing to be afraid of. She is already waiting for decisive action from her lover, but he is still lingering. True, the blue-eyed one had already made a ring for her himself and hid it in the most secluded place in their house, even so that the Uchiha herself would not find it. Now they have lived happily, and no one will ever separate them. They simply won't allow it. The lovers will not let them be separated and will never leave each other. Every day their feelings grow more and more, turning from a small flame into a big fire of their ardent passionate love. Eternity. The cemetery is quiet now, even too quiet. Only one red-haired woman stands over one of the shinobi graves. The name of the once deceased shinobi of the village was engraved on it. It seemed that it was not possible to defeat him, because no one even knew the edge of his abilities. He defeated 2 jonins, without laying out even 1/10 of his abilities. Her son did not even see the world, lived in pain and poverty. Only the young Uchiha helped him to hold on, but 2 years ago everything changed. Flashback, time of death, 7 o'clock in the evening, cause, suffocation. We don't know who killed them. All we know is that the killer escaped without leaving any traces, no leads. Last night, there was a murder of 3 children from famous clans. The cause of death is the same and even death at the same time, which even experts cannot explain. Do you know who else your son was in contact with? Shinobi asked. No, or, wait a minute, I may remember. Shikaku sighed wearily. The death of his only son broke him and his wife. The best friends also lost their children, and then it dawned on him. They all communicated with one very unpleasant person. I remembered. I remember who else they talked to. His name is Naruto Umakizu. After interviewing Shikaku, Shinobi broke into Umakizu's apartment, but there is one thing. No one even resisted, and the fact is that 2 lifeless bodies lay in the place of living and healthy children. After examining them, they testified, questioned neighbors and people living nearby. No one saw anyone suspicious. It turned out the cause of death was the same. Sasuke was found in the bathroom, and Naruto in the kitchen. Both were strangled, which completely discouraged everyone. If they're not involved, then who killed them? This remains a mystery to this day. END flashback, Naruto, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. She started crying. Salty moisture rolled down her face and a fragile female palm wiped the path from her face. Tears left red marks on her cheeks. Kushina, the voice of her once beloved husband, was heard nearby. She forgave him, but that deep scar remained forever in her soul. Let's go home. Yes, let's go. Once in the arms of her husband, the red-haired woman went home. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure at the end of the street. It was Naruto, or maybe not even him. This mirage had its back to her. Yellow hair is much shorter than Minato's, and the hedgehog hair was a little shaken by the autumn wind. He was dressed in a kage cloak. What struck her even more was the inscription on the back, the first uzumaki. In his left hand, he holds a hat like all kage, only with the symbol of the long-destroyed Uzushio. The mirage quickly dissipated, but she managed to notice the smile of her son, who turned in her direction. His blue and once cold eyes were filled with a spark of mischief and joy and happiness. This moment seemed to last forever and ended so quickly that for a moment she was upset, but this is just an illusion created by her imagination. But she was so realistic that Kushina still believed that her son was standing in front of her. Is everything all right, honey? Minato sounded a little alarmed. Yes, I just imagined it. When you see something, an important event always happens. And after all, an important event is really happening, only they won't find out about it very soon, so I've made my move. Yeah, another sleepy sigh, and one of the chips moved forward. I heard that Naruto is completely overwhelmed with papers. Don't you want to help him? The brunette grinned, making a move. Yellow-eyed is one step further from victory. Orochimaru-san, if I could, Naruto would be resting now. But you see, I'm just an advisor to the Kage. Checkmate. The grin itself slipped from his face and changed into a grimace of despair and great chagrin. Anyway, Nara is the best strategist in the village. As always, a wonderful game, Shikamaru. I hope we will continue our game soon. Orochimaru escorted the brunette to the door. Yeah, see you soon. Having stretched out all the words, Shikamaru went out into the fresh air. A light breeze blew from the north, making Jonan's hair flutter. From this pleasant breeze, the dark-haired man closed his eyes, enjoying the wonderful weather in Uzushio. He still can't believe he's living happily ever after. Having experienced so much, he still found the long-awaited peace and serenity that he had been striving for so long. Walking lightly along the central streets of the village, Nara noticed one strange person, even several. They were 3 shinobi. The treads show that they are from the village of Sand. The Kazekage is most likely in the middle, and his advisors are on the sides, but these are just guesses of the guy. Doubts were dispelled when he saw who the ninjas were talking to. This new actor was Naruto. Uzumaki himself is arguing about something with a tall blonde with green eyes, desperately proving something to her. And she's not even anything. Heck! What am I carrying? These are the thoughts that visited Shikamaru. Turning around, he met Uzumaki's gaze and went to meet the shinobi. Getting a little closer to them, he examined the rest of the people who came from the village of Hidden Sand. One of them turned out to be a short, red-haired guy with an interesting red tattoo on top of his left eye. His eyes are like malachites, they tighten and do not let go. A guy of average height is standing next to him. In a black shinobi suit and with gloves. Apparently, he is a puppeteer, as Nara noticed scrolls for a special ninjutsu. Approaching them, he greeted them, "Good afternoon, my name is Nara Shikamaru." 2 dark green eyes looked at him with pickiness and disapproval. Hi, Shikamaru. Uzuka's voice diffused the situation, which quickly managed to harden. I want to introduce you to my old friend and Kazekage, a dog, but Gaara. His older brother and sister Kankuro and Temari came with him. I didn't know you were in touch with other hidden villages, Nara mumbled a little touchily, stopping his gaze at the newcomers. By the way, I am one of the advisors of our Kage. Naruto is an old friend of mine. A year ago, he helped me cope with the position of Kage and explained everything. I am very grateful to him, and he asked in return not to advertise the existence of the whirlpool. Well, actually I'm here and thank you for such comments. Naruto said a little coldly. In addition, no one but us knows about Uzushio, Kankuro added, adjusting the glove on his hand. Well, it's time for me, Uzumaki said, adjusting the cloak on his back. Shikamaru, could you, yes, I understand, to show our guests the village and take them to their temporary home for a stay. Sorry, the fact is that today Kankuro and Gaara are leaving, and Temari will stay here for a month as an ambassador. I would like her to stay in your house until the end of the month. I see, well, thank you, Nara, I have to go. With these words, Naruto left the field of view. Shikamaru understands how hard Naruto is and always helps, even if Uzumaki does not ask for it. Plus Naruto has an important case in which he also participated. After all, Nara knows that his friend is afraid of Sasuke finding out about everything. Is he always like this? Temari muttered with displeasure. Yeah, well, let's go. An awkward silence hung during the campaign of this strange company in the village. Gaara diligently examined the central streets. Temari pretended that she was very interested in the clouds in the sky, which honestly didn't work out very well for her. Kankuro occasionally asked Naru about different places, but this did not last long, since Shikamaru's clear and short answers did not allow their conversation to last more than 2 phrases. The conductor himself walked calmly, not paying attention to the surprised looks of passers-by, although he had a little tension. You never know what these shinobi can do out of the sand? But if Naruto trusts Gaara, then you shouldn't worry so much. This is what Shikamaru thought about. How much longer? Gaara said for the first time in this time. He is as surprised as his relatives by the beauty of Uzushio. Is this beautiful place hidden from prying eyes, and no one knows it? No, there's a restaurant a block away where we'll eat. Shikamaru said indifferently, turning to the left. When the shinobi came to the restaurant, Nara told them about the variety of dishes and drinks. Sitting down at a distant table, the ninja ordered food. About 10 minutes later, the waitress brought the order. When she left, the shinobi began to eat. So far, their lunch was disappearing in complete silence. How did you meet Yuzukage-sama and Shikamaru? Temari suddenly asked, but Nara didn't even flinch. And? From this indifferent look at the empty plate of the dog, but very angry, I said, yes, I hear. Nara stopped her with an absurd yawn. It was a long time ago. Naruto entered our class at the academy. Almost everyone despised him. Only Uchiha and Ino Shikacho's team treated him more warmly than the others. I will keep silent about Sasuke, but I will say one thing, she is his first friend. At first, we were just acquaintances, and then we became friends. Naruto helped us to free ourselves from the oppression of our parents, and we now live happily. Who are we? Me and my friends. Ino Yamanaka, the head of the Yamanaka clan, and Akimichi Cheiji, the head of the Akimichi clan. They finished the rest of the food in silence. After paying for everyone, Nara explained that it was time for Kazekage to board a ship that was going to the land of sand. Thank you for coming, said Naruto, holding his girlfriend by the waist. Sasuke herself smiled warmly at the guests, hugging Uzumaki. Before that, Kankuro thought that it could be captured, but when he saw the formidable face of the blonde, he realized that there was nothing to catch. And even if you try, you can end up in the best hospital in Uzushio. I hope we'll meet again, Gaara said, shaking Naruto's hand. I think it won't be soon, Uzumaki said, adjusting his Kage cloak. You're right. Good luck, Temari. And to you, I hope you won't screw up while I'm out of the village. I see, After saying goodbye to her family, Temari went to the Uzukage residence for negotiations. When she reached it, she was surprised. A large building made of white stone, symbols of the Uzumaki clan, are painted on the walls. The roof is made of red stone and mahogany framing up the roof. Going inside, this place didn't stand out as particularly remarkable, but that wasn't what surprised her. A huge archive, probably 3 times larger than their own, and a library on the floor above. When she reached Uzukage's office, she sat down as a guest opposite Uzumaki's desk, who was diligently searching for something in it. Sasuke and Shikamaru sat down on the next sofa. Nara was watching what was happening in the window, and Uchiha was staring at her lover while chewing a cookie that she took from the guy's table. "I think you know why we came here," Uzumaki said, laying a scroll with seals on the table. "Yes, but I don't think I'm good for it," Temari said in an even and calm voice. "No, your brother and I discussed it and decided that the best candidate for this role." Naruto unfolded the scroll. "I use a special, for what?" Shikamaru said in surprise, frowning at the blue-eyed man. He did not tell him about Kazakage's arrival, and now he is arranging secret joint missions with him. This is very much disliked by the brunette. It's not enough that he hasn't been telling him lately, and now he doesn't tell him about the affairs of the village at all. "You explain, calm down. The fact is that Gaara and I agreed to send an ambassador to Konoha," Uzumaki said a little wearily, looking at Shikamaru. "For what, Shimura Danzo?" Shikamaru turned white at his words. He knew about the shady dealings of this type and did not want to think about those reports again. They described in detail about his actions, the route of Anbu, and the affairs of the village. Bloody murders, deadly agents and spies, decapitated and soulless bodies. "We know all about him," he said, a little uncertainly. "No," Temari said in a cold tone, "the thing is, we need to find out about his further actions, since he wants to get Minato Namikaze out of the way, and this cannot be allowed in any way." Sasuke and Naruto chuckled, making it clear that they don't care about him and the village. "But the others may be in danger because of this." "Okay, so what's the plan?" Nara asked disapprovingly. "It doesn't concern you," Kunoichi said from the sand, looking askance at the guide. "Temari," Uchiha said with a slice of threat, looking menacingly at the guest, "don't forget he is like you and I are our Kage's advisors." Briefly and clearly, the blonde made it clear that she would not tolerate the presence of a guy. "Okay, Shikamaru, you're free for today, thank you for your help." At these words, Nara, glancing angrily at Temari, left the office, leaving them alone. "How I don't like all this, Naruto. Why are you the only one whose steps I can't count, huh? And where did you rest, Gaara-kun?" "Yes, so Minato-sama, from an old friend of mine, 2 lovers are lying in an embrace at home. Nothing and no one will be able to break the silence hanging in the room, and if he tries, he will grab the most I don't want." Now it's been about 6 months since Gaara's arrival and Naruto decided to move on to action. A young man with wheat-colored hair is now basking in the rays of the sun, fingering the delicate silky black strands of his beloved. Uzumaki just wants this moment to last forever and never end. He wants to always protect Sasuke, not to let go a step away from himself, hide from the outside world and eyes in his love and care, but there is one but. A guy with eyes the color of clear sky is afraid that Sasuke is not ready for all this, afraid that he will run away and fall out of love. But Uzumaki does not know with what thirst she is waiting for his proposal and how she wants to tie them in marriage, forever. Now today everything will change for the better, today they will become the happiest and no one will be able to refute this, never for anything. "Honey," Naruto began to whisper to his beloved, "it's time to get up. Otherwise we'll both be late for work," Uzumaki gently whispered, starting to leave weightless kisses on the girl's neck. "Naruto, it's just morning, let me sleep," the brunette muttered sleepily, turning over towards Naruto, meeting her painfully beloved eyes. "Come on, today is Friday, and tomorrow is Saturday, and you can sleep like me." Naruto kissed the girl on the nose and got out of bed. You, Buka. Uchiha said so far, getting out of bed along the way. Uzumaki had already washed his face, so he went downstairs to cook breakfast for himself and his other half. Sasuke lazily trudged into the bathroom, simultaneously putting on a Naruto t-shirt that was up to her hip. After washing and brushing her already snow-white teeth, the brunette lowered the food down to the smell, which was not long in coming. Sitting down, the girl began to observe her lover and his actions. He skillfully handles a frying pan, adds spices, or makes some kind of sauce. Sasuke cooks herself only in the evening, since Naruto comes late at night all tired because he is Uzukage. After laying out all the plates and putting chopsticks for both, the blonde continued to cook. Sasuke enthusiastically examined the body of her boyfriend. Tall, dark-skinned and underinflated body, but not like the cabinet-like shinobi. There are several scars on his back, and his golden hair is cut short in a crew cut. Honey, Sasuke called the guy. Yes? Oh, what do we have for breakfast? Kunoichi asked. Something delicious, Jinchuriki said conspiratorially. You have everything delicious, tell me. Uchiha pouted her cheeks resentfully. You'll find out now. Uzumaki turned around and headed towards the table. After pouring a dish into the plates, he put the dirty dishes in the sink and sat down opposite his beloved. Uzumaki is a chef from God. He cooked roast pork with vegetables in sweet and sour sauce. As always delicious. Uchiha muttered with pleasure, putting another piece of pork in her mouth and washing it down with freshly squeezed orange juice. Sasuke. Yes, did you want something? Uchiha said with genuine surprise, putting the dishes in the sink. Have you forgotten that guests are coming to us today? Uzumaki muttered with displeasure. Exactly, but I completely forgot. Okay, everyone will come at 6, so I'm relieving you of your posts for today. I would have said right away that I have a day off. Uchiha chuckled, taking something out of the refrigerator. Naruto got off work early to help Sasuke around the house. But there is also a reason that she does not know about. All the guests who will come to them know about Uzumaki's intentions and keep everything a secret from her. Returning home, Uzumaki felt a pleasant smell of chocolate and followed the tracks to the kitchen. It turned out that Sasuke suddenly made a chocolate cake that Nagato's son loves so much. This little boy, even at a very young age, managed to try snake-sen and sake when he came to visit him with his parents. The boy is only 2 years old, and he is already dabbling in kunai and shuriken. The kid also loves origami, which his mother makes. Did you decide to make a chocolate cake? Licking his lips, Uzumaki said from behind his soon-to-be wife. Yes, because you know how much Akun loves him, said Uchiha, putting an almost ready dessert in the oven. Oh, you know how much I love you. The desire gradually increased. Uzumaki's hot breath burned Uchiha's neck, and his hands had already deftly untied his beloved's apron. Naruto, you know that guests will come to us soon. Whispered Uchiha, melting in the hands of the blonde and barely restraining moans. They can wait. Uzumaki's cold fingers have already calmly crawled under the girl's t-shirt, caressing the skin. I'm sorry, but we have guests today. After these words, Uchiha deftly twisted out of the guy's embrace, immediately climbing in. And you, go wash, then help me arrange a living room for the reception. Uzumaki grimaced and went to the bathroom. After taking a hot shower, the guy went downstairs. Uchiha was standing at the stove again, cooking something, and meanwhile Jinchuriki was already arranging a huge living room. It is a large room with a wooden ceiling and walls made of mahogany. The floor is littered with carpets of different sizes, of a brown shade. Opposite the entrance is a wide window from the ceiling extending to the floor, through which the Uzumaki garden is visible. On the wall, to the right, there are several photos of a young couple and a fireplace under them. On the left wall, there are shelves with books and antique swords and katanas. Different fans are harmoniously placed all over the wall. Nagato, Konan, and Akuma were the first to arrive on time. And indeed Uzumaki has always been distinguished by his punctuality. Seeing Sasuke, Akuma immediately rushed to her neck. The boy has become very attached to the brunette, and the fact that she will soon become a member of their family will make him very happy. Akuma slightly crumpled Kunoichi's lilac kimono, but she just smiled and went with him to the living room with Konan. Well? When everyone comes, be patient, Nagato, Uzumaki said coldly. Soon Orochimaru came along with Karen. True, the red-haired one was supposed to come with Nagato, but it so happened that she came with a snake Sannin. Immediately after them, an enraged Ino came running along with Shikamaru and regretting something. Uzumaki, what the fuck? Why me ska? Nara closed the mouth of the enraged Kunoichi in time. Hush, Ino, do you want Sasuke to find out about this? Blue-eyed thought and shook her head negatively. Well, that's nice. Naruto, I'm sorry about our hot-tempered friend. Nothing, I'm already used to this. Uzumaki said, smiling stupidly. What are you pffff? Nara led Ino into the house, Akimichi followed. Only Zabuza and Haku remained. And here they are, by the way. After greeting each other, they went into the hall right in the midst of conversations. Nara, Uzumaki, and Orochimaru were discussing something violently. Only Cheiji sometimes entered into a dialogue, but then he was distracted by food again. Konan and Ino watched as Karen tried to tear the little Akuma away from the food. Sasuke came into the room and everyone quieted down. Let's sit down at the table and eat, Sasuke suggested. Akuma immediately began to eat, muttering restlessly with his mouth full. Itadakimasu. Everyone started eating. In the following time, everyone spent eating and not really talking. There was a lot of food on the table, as Akuma and Cheiji could eat a lot, and even climb into the refrigerator, but especially for Cheiji, they fried a barbecue, and for Akuma a chocolate cake, of course. Excuse me for a minute, I have to go out, Uzumaki said, hiding behind the door. Having made his way up, he went into the bedroom and from the hiding place took out a small box wrapped in velvet and breathed a sigh of relief. But it's not for long. When the blonde began to descend, the excitement grew and Naruto became more and more nervous about this venture. Or maybe it's not worth it? The blonde immediately threw this thought out of his head. Of course it's worth it. She loves him and what else do you need? Just tie the knot and that's it, nothing more is required. After translating the he still went into the living room, immediately meeting Sasuke's worried look. Is everything alright, Naruto? Uchiha said with concern. Yes, Sasuke, everything is fine. Suddenly Uzumaki got down on one knee for everyone. What are you doing, honey? With bewilderment, everyone began to stare at Uzumaki as if he were a ghost. What I wanted to do for a long time, I really could not decide on it. Sasuke, will you marry me? Time seemed to slow down, as at their first kiss. These words slowly make their way into the Uchiha's consciousness, creating a storm of emotions in the girl's soul. The ring, the offer, and the ring. Sasuke finally got it. As she had been waiting for this moment for a long time, he was already completely desperate. A happy and wide smile stretched across his face, tears of happiness came into his eyes. After all, nothing will separate them now, they will stay together forever. A little taken aback by what was happening, Sasuke said, Yes, Naruto. And they merged in a tender kiss. Exclamations were heard from the guests and happy smiles appeared on the faces of others, but the two lovers are not up to it. For them, they are just annoying flies distracting from each other. Only these two are in this world, and the others seem to be gone. Even if the moon falls to earth, they won't care and they won't notice anything. But Akuma, who flew at the lovebirds, brought them back to reality, squeezing between them. Now Sasuke will be the daughter of our family? Little Uzumaki asked. Yes, That's right, Akuma, Uzumaki said while hugging his godson. A month has passed since the Uchiha's wedding. Now there are no Uzumaki Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. Now they are a legitimate husband and wife. All Uzushio came to congratulate them on the wedding day. Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara were also invited, who by the way willingly agreed to come to Uzukage's wedding. A huge hall where thousands and thousands gathered to see at that moment the happiest people on earth. Also, the newlyweds had a stormy night, leaving a big mark in their memory. Two hot bodies touching each other, craving each other, wanting more, wanting each other. Moans, growls filled the atmosphere in their room and the blonde poured into his beloved. It's never a good morning, is it? Uzumaki thinks the same thing himself, rushing to the toilet to release another urge to vomit. Sasuke has been sick for a week now, and she eats all sorts of nonsense, whether it's a carp in chocolate or a banana with vegetable sausage. Uzumaki herself does not like all this. Since her husband is at work, Sasuke decided to visit Ino at the hospital. Getting dressed, the girl had to go to the toilet again and then, with a calm soul, but an empty stomach, trudged to the hospital. Ino hadn't seen her friend for a long time and was slightly surprised by what she saw. Sasuke, paler than usual, was heading in her direction, and she threw off quite a few along the way. Bags under the eyes were clearly visible, the head was lowered. The girl watched Uzumaki with concern until she came closer. A strange guess appeared in the blonde's head, and in order to check it, the girl came closer to her friend and put her hands on her stomach, scanning it. Uzumaki was a little surprised by this, but didn't pay much attention to it until Yamanaki's eyes widened. Is my guess true? And Sasuke, that's what Ino thought, but it's still better to double-check your guess. Sasuke, do you have a changeable mood by the hour? Yes, it happens sometimes. Do you often run to the toilet? Every night, I don't know why. And anyway, what do you want to say? Delayed menstruation, Yamanaka said uncertainly. Really, you want to say that? The eyes of the former Uchiha rounded and his hands automatically lay on his stomach. Yes, Sasuke, but the blonde was not allowed to finish. I'm pregnant, whispered Sasuke, getting up from the chair. Thank you, Ino, I'll go, otherwise I'll cook dinner. Sasuke is pregnant. I wonder how Naruto will react to this. Returning home, Sasuke went upstairs and lay down. Her hands reached out to her stomach and began stroking it. The realization that there is a part of you and your lover in you warmed the soul of the brunette. The girl involuntarily smiled at the thought of how her child would look. More like mom or dad, but it's too early to think about it, because they don't even know the sex of the child, and Naruto will react to the addition to their family. Sasuke is afraid, as Naruto was then, that he will leave her with the child. No, Sasuke shook her head, getting rid of this thought, because Naruto loves her and will love the fruit of their love, will love this child, as she managed to love. Getting out of bed, the girl went to cook dinner for herself and for her lover. Naruto returned home late, as always, because Uzukage's work was not so easy. Work with papers, checks, distribution of tasks to geniuses and others, surveillance of foreign policy, and many things that tire him so much and do not allow him to be with his wife and soon with his future child. They ate in silence, and when Naruto was going to the bedroom, Sasuke called him. Naruto, I need to tell you something, the former Uchiha mumbled. Come on, Sasuke, not Tommy, I really want to sleep, Uzumaki said with displeasure. I'm pregnant, Naruto. The veil of sleep seemed to come off from the blue eyes in one fell swoop. After a little hesitation, the blonde man approached his wife and knelt down, putting his ear to his stomach. How much? Naruto whispered, hugging his wife. How much? What? How many months? Uzumaki said, stroking his stomach, enjoying the warmth of his wife and the unborn baby, their baby. This thought warms the guy's mind. A month, I found out only today. I was afraid to tell you. Uzumaki said it outright. No, no, no. The blue-eyed man whispered, looking into Sasuke's eyes. Why do you think that? No, now you are the most important thing to me. I'm sorry for thinking that. No, it's not your fault. It's just a stupid feeling of fear. Maternity ward number 7. Heartrending screams and screams filled the entire room, sometimes stopping, and then spreading with even greater force throughout the room. Sasuke Uzumaki is about to become a young mother. It remains only to suffer quite a bit. I'm giving birth to Ino Yamanaka and Konan Uzumaki. Be patient a little, Sasuke, the baby's head is already visible, Ino said, wiping drops of sweat from her forehead. The tension was growing, but nevertheless, soon there will be another life in the world. Another scream filled the room, and this time, the expectant mother put all her efforts on it. The scream subsided, but then another one appeared. No, it was the cry of a newborn. That unbearable pain for Sasuke stopped. It seemed to her like an eternity that would never end. The light hurts her eyes, but gradually fades, as does the girl's consciousness, but before she fainted, she heard crying, the crying of a child. My baby is the last thing Uzumaki thought about. A dark room in which a beautiful brunette was sleeping now. Recently, she survived the birth of her child, after which she was placed in a separate ward. Sasuke woke up the next morning, so an annoying ray of sun made its way through the curtains and began to play on the girl's face. Wincing a little, she opened her eyes and first of all put her hands on her stomach. A flat stomach, not rounded, to which the girl has become accustomed for such a long time. My baby, that's what the girl said before the door to her room was opened. Ino appeared on the threshold. It is clear from the rumpled clothes that she had not slept all night. The bruises under her eyes said the same thing. Someone has come to you. She stepped aside and Uzumaki appeared on the threshold with a small bundle in his hands. This is our son, his name is Menma. Naruto said, sitting down next to the girl. Give it to me. The blonde man handed his wife a package and she smiled. Is that a pretty name, Menma? Her son's small blue eyes appeared in front of her, studying the new actor. The shape of the face and the color of the skin, like Naruto, only the stripes on the cheeks are only 2 and the hair is like mom's. I love you so much. Uzumaki said, kissing Sasuke on the forehead. Kushina woke up from another nightmare and, in order not to wake up her already tired husband, the woman went to the balcony to get some fresh air, but saw a painfully familiar figure. The long, dead Naruto Uzumaki ghost living in her nightmares has now come true, but with big changes. Wheat hair is 10 times shorter than Minato's, and he is taller than him. He is dressed in an orange and gold kimono, and he has a small bundle in his hands. She saw a baby very similar to him and the mirage immediately disappeared, leaving the woman completely bewildered. What is happening to me? 4 years later, Konoha. Yesterday Kushina had another nightmare involving Naruto Uzumaki, and today she was called to her husband's residence on a very important matter. The red-haired woman feels in her gut that everything that is happening now is connected with a recent nightmare. Kushina nervously climbs the stairs, leaning against the wall. Due to frequent headaches, the woman has weakened a little, and all this is due to nightmares that have been haunting her for years. Having reached the desired floor, a little nervous, the woman went into her husband's office where a lot of shinobi gathered, which proves the importance of the call. Among them, she noticed Naruko, Daichi, and Hiro, who were discussing something violently and did not even notice the arrival of the woman. Fugaku and Itachi Uchiha were also present, arguing with Namikaze Sr. The noise subsided a little when everyone noticed the red-haired Kunoichi. Kushina does not yet know what such an important matter is and decided to just wait until she is explained what's what. Surprisingly, Itachi was the first to speak. Good afternoon, Kushina-san, Uchiha greeted. Hi, Itachi-kun, I wonder why all of us were gathered here? The red-haired woman asked, sitting down next to Naruko. The thing is, Itachi didn't let Minato finish. This morning we all received an invitation to a meeting of the 5 Kages. Namikaze stammered a little. It is clear that he is very puzzled, but why should he be so worried? After all, it's not the first time he has to attend such meetings. There's nothing unusual about this, dear, said Kushina. Fugaku shook his head negatively and Minato continued, the fact is that the host village, how to say, let's go in order. Kazekage arranged a meeting for a dog, but Gaara, however, he offered to hold a meeting not in a village hidden in the sand. Then where should he arrange it? The red-haired woman asked. The meeting will be held in the village of the Whirlpool, which we thought was destroyed. There was an annoying silence in the office, making everyone tremble from the rustle. Now Kushina is in the most unbalanced state, which may soon turn into a destructive force. Kushina is silent for half a minute digesting the information she just heard and could not believe it. The fact that the meeting will be held in Uzushio is one thing, but the fact that it is not destroyed and no one has seen her for the last 20 years only proved and justified Minato's words. How the rest of the Kage reacted to this and what Kazekage was hiding from the others, and who Yuzukage really was. A sharp pain shot through her head, but she did not move. The flow of information was bubbling in the woman's head, making her temples throb and ache insanely. Let's take it in order, the woman said, quite calmly, coming closer to the table. You say that the meeting of the 5 Kage was organized by Kazekage, right? In response, an affirmative nod from Minato and a chuckle from Daichi. Then let's assume that he knows Yuzukage-sama from the very beginning. So why didn't he tell anyone about it? We don't know, Fugaku continued, but the fact is that the young Kazekage never made mistakes in his actions and decisions. Maybe he had his own motive in this, or was Yuzukage himself hiding the village from outsiders? Uchiha looked around at everyone around him with a heavy gaze and stopped at Daichi. I think it's all bullshit. The young Uchiha declared, sitting down more comfortably on the sofa, continuing to play with his kunai. Daichi. Naruto spoke up this time. Anyway, they meet and even live together. The red-haired woman frowned and looked angrily at the guy, turned away in the direction of her parents and teachers. What if this isn't a joke, Dad? That's what we're going to find out. I decided that I would go to Uzushio and find out if all this is really true. The date of the meeting is tomorrow. We should be on the border of the land of fire with the ocean. In the northeast, there is a rock in the shape of a shuriken, which is our landmark. The letter also says that we will be provided with a special guard from Uzushio, since Yuzukage-sama is worried about the safety of all Kage, Namikaze said, taking a deep breath. We'll let Makoto know, Fugaku said. Only one thing did not fit in Kushina's head. She feels in her gut that all this has something to do with her nightmares. 6 shinobi and Hokage are heading towards the rock that was described in the letter. Itachi and Daichi are covering from behind, constantly holding kunai in their hands ready for battle, if such a thing can happen. Hiro and Naruto on the sides and surprisingly Kushina in front. To be honest, she hasn't made such outings for a long time. Taking a deep breath, the woman looked at her half-asleep husband walking behind her, occasionally yawning noisily. The weather is still the same. The dampness and fog are everywhere, making it impossible to see for miles. I think we were deceived, since there is no one here and obviously no one will appear, Itachi uttered his thought, turning around in the opposite direction. Mom, Naruto is puzzled by something and clearly this is due to the absence of shinobi from another village. Kushina turned at her daughter's words and noticed silhouettes on the ocean horizon. These are shinobi and 2 women sure that they came from Uzushio. It's definitely them. Hiro said, peering into the distance. 2 were approaching them, just 2 shinobi, and clearly they had come not to stray with them. The first was a girl of medium height, dressed in dark blue kimonos. Her hair was pinned up from above, and her brown eyes pierced with their coldness like ice. Next to her is a guy in his 20s with a high tail of black hair and serious steel black eyes. Frowning at the Hokage, the guy took out a scroll from his bag and continued walking forward. His clothes consist of a dark blue jonin vest, under it a black jacket with short sleeves and a collar. Ordinary gray shinobi pants stood out a little from the picture, but high black sandals completed this whole picture. Coming closer, the guy without saying anything, handed the scroll to the Hokage. Hokage-sama, you must read this scroll after arriving in Uzushio. This request was personally conveyed by Yuzukage-sama, and he hopes that you will fulfill this condition when you come to the village, the girl said, stepping aside and folding the seals. A large boat appeared out of nowhere, with an ice boat. Kunoichi pointed her hand at her as if inviting her, but no one moved. We will sail on this boat, please sit down. We will not harm you, plus there are many times more of you. I will also ask you not to ask questions, or at least one at a time. The brunette was calm as a boa constrictor and so convincing that the Konokovites simply could not refuse him. Itachi was the last to climb in, along with a brunette who vaguely reminded him of an old acquaintance from Konoha. A sudden gust of wind quickly dispersed the boat despite the entire mass. Everyone in the ice transport was extremely surprised. Only 2 shinobi from Uzushio sat quietly, looking at the receding land. Naruto fidgets on the spot, which gradually began to annoy Jonin from the hidden whirlpool. Hesitating a little, the girl still opened her mouth. What's your name? This question is addressed to Black-Eyed. He raised his eyebrow a little and began to think, should she answer or not? Shika. Nara quickly figured out how to distract the girl and not arouse suspicion from everyone present. Daichi looked at him askance and chuckled. Hey, Uchiha has always differed in his character from his parents and brother, which annoys them little by little. What? Nara muttered discontentedly, yawning loudly, which greatly surprised everyone present, except the brunette. Are you really from Uzushio? Uchiha said sarcastically, crossing his legs. Nara grinned and lazily replied, yes. Shika shifted his gaze to Kushina. Shika, tell us about your village, please. Kushina said it quietly enough, but the brunette heard and shook his head negatively. A girl from Uzushio intervened in this so-called conversation. I'm sorry, but my friend won't answer your question since we've already arrived, she said. Everyone looked at each other in surprise and looked at them. They were just silent, and Shika stared into the void somewhere. A minute later, a noise was heard and some hole appeared out of the void into which the shinobi were swimming. What's going on here? Minato asked dumbfounded, looking at the beauty surrounding them. Shinobi surrounded a huge port separated from the ocean by a fortress. Around them there is a giant pier with different ships of different sizes and, after all, they amazed the guests with their size and beauty. Each ship is a work of art, differing in its own way from the others in different patterns. It is also full of fishermen fishing, which is just in bulk here. How beautiful! Kushina and Naruto said, peering at the statue from the front. This is our Yuzukage, Shika said, pointing to the statue in question. This is a rather tall man, whose face is covered with a kage hat. They're swimming under it right now. Namikaze peered at the children who were happily running around the pier. One boy had a red kite in his hands, which did not give him rest. Minato smiled slightly, remembering his dead son, but this made it harder for him, because after all, he was partly to blame for his death. Turning around, he realized that they had already passed the statue and looked at it from behind. The inscription on the cloak strongly attracted his attention, the first Yuzukage. Why the first one? He does not know the answer to this question, and the only way to find out is to ask him for moonshine. And when can we meet with Yuzukage-sama? I'm sorry, but Yuzukage is a very busy person and he does not devote time to such trifles. Minato's answer twisted, and his face turned into an evil grimace. He feels insulted. Minato-sama, I'm sorry, but Yuzukage-sama really can't accept you. You don't think that he treats you badly. Just now he is dealing with some organizational issues regarding the meeting of the 5 Kage. The girl said, Nothing, no matter how I understand him, and I'm not offended for that, but still he was confused by the phrase that he treats him badly. When are we supposed to be there? The meeting will start in an hour and we will arrive at the Yuzukage residence at that time. The meeting of the 5 Kage is about to begin, and the head of the host village is still not there. Guests from Konoha who arrived with the Hokage were escorted to a special room where they could monitor the ongoing negotiations, not to mention the fact that they would be able to see the Yuzukage. All 5 Kage are assembled. Now they are waiting for Yuzukage, who is late for the meeting, which does not really please all the other Kage. I'm already tired of waiting, where is this damn Yuzukage? Hey growled, breaking the table. Sachikage only shook his head negatively and continued listening to the young Kazekage. I'm sorry Sachikage-sama, you understand Yuzukage-sama was not particularly distinguished by his punctuality, but he will definitely come, please give him more time. Gaara was afraid that Naruto would be misunderstood. After all, he has a family. A year ago, his daughter was born. She was named Hikari, after a distant relative of Naruto. I hope he's as good as you describe him, Gaara. Sachikage said with displeasure, sitting down more comfortably on a chair. Sorry for being late. A ringing voice shook the room. The silence that followed made the shinobi watching the process wary, who are intensely watching the new face. All Kage are now more excited than ever, because they are very much interested in who is hiding behind the mask, not letting others show themselves. Yuzukage sat down at a separate table opposite Hokage, which began to strain him the most. Only Gaara sits quietly and waits for this moment with a straight face. Minato feels something familiar about Yuzukage, but doesn't understand what it is. I apologize once again for my unexpected lateness, gentlemen. Yuzukage let out a kind of laugh and continued. I'll introduce myself first. I am the first Yuzukage, Naruto Uzumaki. The faces of all Kage, except Gaara, freeze in bewilderment when they see a young guy of about 20. His rounded face, dark skin and blue eyes make him look so much like Yondaime Hokage, Namake's Minato. Only the wheat-colored hair was much shorter and there were 3 mustaches on the cheeks, like a fox. Well, hello, father. Minato's heart skips a beat, and behind the camera, not believing her eyes to make sure that this is not a nightmare, Kushina tries to escape from the strong arms of Fugaku and Itachi, restraining Kunoichi. I don't believe you, my son is dead. Minato shouted, tearing down the table as he approached Uzumaki. He died 6 years ago. I saw his corpse. Who are you to tell me that? Calm down, Minato-sama. Gaara tried to stop Namake's, but he pushed him aside. It's none of your business. Minato shouted, get out of here to a safe place, please. They will explain everything to you. The blonde man said calmly, getting up from the table and going to meet his wayward dad. Who are you? Namake shouted, rushing at the blue-eyed man. At that moment, time seemed to slow down for the Hokage, and in a second he was already pressed against the Uzumaki wall. Fear appeared in Yondaime's eyes, which lifted the guy's spirits, and he threw him aside. Have you read the scroll? Uzumaki asked, looking askance at the Hokage lying on the floor. Barely raising himself on his elbows, he looked at his supposedly son. Minato just kept silent, spitting blood on the floor, rising to his feet. Now Yondaime feels like a weak sheep, not a strong hero who saved the village from the deed of the tale. Now the unhappy face of the once great Hokage twisted in a grimace of pain incomprehensible to the blonde. Uzumaki's patience snapped. Answer me. Yuzukage's voice rose a tone because of this. Minato. No. He croaked weakly, leaning on the once table. Well, now everything is clear. There was a warning written in this letter, or rather there was a warning, but you still didn't read it. Naruto sighed wearily. Sitting down next to my father. In vain, he did so. At the same second, the fingers of the Hokage clutched at him. The distraught eyes were clearly visible to the young Yuzukage, but he did not react in any way. Yes, his hatred has subsided a little, but he still will never forgive him for what he did. Who are you? Minato didn't look like himself. His voice does not seem to be his eyes are distraught and do not distinguish emotions, truth from lies. I repeat once again, I am Naruto Uzumaki. The first Uzukage of the hidden whirlpool village. Naruto said coldly, pushing aside the distraught Minato. He immediately took out a kunai and using the Thunder God technique ran to Uzumaki, but this did not help him achieve his goal in any way. A second later, he saw his son yawning against the wall, who was also grinning. I was able to improve your technique. Now I don't even have to use seals for that. Naruto took out 5 kunai and spread them everywhere. Namikaze saw that there were no seals on them, but then, how would he do it? I'm your son. Don't say that. What do you know about Naruto Umakizu's death 6 years ago? Minato said indignantly, creating a Rasengan with the help of clones. It's just a setup. How is it that experienced shinobi could not notice clones with prolonged use? Dodging equipment, this is impossible, said Minato, attacking again, but with the help of taijutsu. Perhaps none of us died then, Uzumaki said calmly, teleporting away from the impact. Maybe it was all a hoax. Deftly twisting Namikaze's hand, Naruto brought 2 fingers to his forehead. Images of children moving in the forest flew before Minato's eyes. Among them, he noticed Naruto, and it was definitely not a mission. But how? Namikaze said dumbfounded, sinking to the floor. Uzumaki let him go, calmly taking a breath. The usual genjutsu, then the use of improved clones, all this was not difficult for us. And then there was an explosion. Heck! What the hell is going on? I quickly use the Thunder God technique and cross the room away from the hole from which the smoke is coming. And who came to mind to do this? I squint to see the enemy, but I don't see anything. We will have to use Sharingan and apply henge to hide it from the eyes of the unknown and Namikaze. Because of the Sharingan, I noticed a familiar chakra approaching me. A red-haired woman in a standard shinobi leaf uniform came out of the smoke. Those painfully familiar violet eyes stare at me angrily. It's her, I can't be wrong about that, mother. I begin to slowly sink to the floor. How many years I haven't seen her, 6 or even 7, I don't know. It seems to me that we haven't seen each other for centuries. A dear face and my beloved, because I was never angry with you, because you didn't know me. Hubie told me about you and how you love me, but I didn't believe the fox before. I catch your eye on me. Your lilac eyes widen in shock and you come up to me. I won't hurt you, because of you, I am now a helpless child waiting for my mother for a long time. 2 figures emerge from behind the remnants of smoke, Daichi and Itachi Uchiha. I'm sorry, but they will interfere with us and will not let us talk calmly, don't you understand? It seems that words are not needed to understand this. A lump is stuck in my throat, but I can overcome it, I have always overcome it. Mom, it's you. Tears come to my eyes, and with trembling hands I hug a woman who does not understand anything. You overcome the shock and still hug me too. She found out, didn't she? Of course, because a mother always recognizes her child, even if there are thousands of copies of him around, but she will find him. This isn't another nightmare, is it? She asked, burrowing into my short hair and breathing heavily. No, it wasn't nightmares, Mom, I barely squeeze out the last word, tasting it. It is so pleasant, full of tenderness and happiness. I was really there, always visiting you. Yes, they were mostly clones, but I was there myself. Do you remember 4 years ago when you woke up from a nightmare and in order not to wake Minato, you went to the balcony, right? She has no words, and tears roll down her face, leaving wet tracks. I was really there, and my son was in my arms, you know? His name is Menma. At first Sasuke was a little sulky at me because I chose the name myself, but she liked it anyway. You know, I wish you were there at that moment, too, but I couldn't, you know? From what I heard, everyone and the Uchiha were stunned. Yes, I know the whole world is completely out of it, and when Itachi heard my wife's name, his face became even paler. Quickly realizing, I pushed my mother aside and took Itachi's blow on myself. He's pretty smart, but not for long. I'll show you what it's like to feel my power. Concentrating the chakra flows in my hand, I create a Rasengan and beat the Uchiha with it. The unconscious body falls to the ground and Uchiha Jr. makes himself felt. You will pay for it. He throws a few kunai at me. Jumping to the side, he starts attacking me with taijutsu. And he's not even bad, that's just too self-confident, which pleases me. This kid won't achieve anything with his attacks. A blow and, he's already flying into the wall. Suddenly I realize that I have missed something, or rather someone. That's right, I forgot about Namikaze and it was my mistake. He's flying at me now, and I'm not ready for his attack at all, and my eyes won't help me here. Someone is covering me from the blow. No, it's not her. He hurt her. Namikaze, you will pay for this. I quickly catch the discouraged mom and carefully put her on the cold tile. I'm full of anger. How dare he? Now there's him. Did you miss me? Namikaze Minato, Kushina, I'm sorry. Do you understand now? You're the bastard who hurt her, and that's why you're going to pay for it. I don't care that you didn't want to, and it was a mistake, but you did it and you realize it. I don't know what I'm going to do to you now. I strike accurate blows, and you can't keep up with me, getting even more bruises. You're at a loss, and I like it. It hurts you, and I enjoy it. You did the same thing to her, and I won't forgive you for it. You repeat yourself. Rasengan is nothing compared to my eyes. Anger and hatred guide me, and I deliver a clear blow to the stomach and it flies away, not far from the recumbent Itachi. Why are you looking at me like that? Why am I so special? What happened? And then it dawns on me, the hinge has come off. Yours needs to be put back on it, or, there's no need for that anymore. I quickly cover the distance and hit you in the gut. Next, I use a Mokuton and immobilize you, but this is unnecessary since you are already unconscious. Mother, how could I forget? I quickly run up to her. There is a deep cut on her arm and blood has heavily stained her clothes. A crimson stain had already formed on the floor. You just hold on, I'll help you, Naruto. Sasuke ran up to the terribly tired blonde and hugged him tightly, not wanting to let go. Squeezing him to the point of pain, the girl still let him go. I heard it. How are you? I'm fine. Where are the kids? Naruto excitedly said, looking for Menma and Hikari with his eyes. They are at home. I asked Ino to sit with them, the girl said once again, hugging the guy. Temari and Shikamaru approached them. A guy and a girl are dating, which was obvious to everyone except themselves. Naruto. Nara called the blonde. He looked wearily at his friend with the girl. Yes, we put all the guests from the list to sleep. Where should we send them to spend the night? They will stay at my mansion. There is enough room for everyone. Uzumaki gave a decree, which was by the way already deliberate. Okay, I wanted to talk to you here. I don't remember much. Naruto, are you really alive? How is this possible? I'm trying to wake up, which by the way I did. Before my eyes, I have a 4-year-old boy with blue eyes, jet black hair and 2 stripes on his cheeks. Is it really him? Pivot, they'll put me in Menma, and what about you? I'm in complete shock. I'm Menma, and you? The little blue-eyed boy looked at me cheerfully, and then jumped off the sofa. I looked around. A room unknown to me hung with various paintings. There is a waterfall on one side and a forest on the other. Suddenly, I felt a strong rush of memories of yesterday. But strangely enough, I am absolutely calm. It's not this that discourages me, but the fact that apparently I'm already a grandmother without knowing it. All the current problems have gone by the wayside and oh, what am I? I'll get up and leave the room. Alas, the boy beat me to it. He ran out of the room as fast as he could, shouting, "Mom, Dad, Grandma is awake." The woman got out of bed and headed out of the room. Daylight hurts her eyes, and she instinctively squints, looking around. A small garden in the center of which is an oak tree, and Uchiha and Uzumaki are located under it. A little boy ran to a young brunette and hugged her, pointing to a red-haired woman. Meanwhile, Fugaku, Minato, and Naruto were talking about something. Itachi and Naruto were sitting next to the brunette. Daichi and Hiro sparred away from the others. The girl turned around and saw Kushina. Having said something to the boy, he ran away to the next house. Apparently the girl told him to take something. Kushina approached the small group by the tree. At the same moment, Naruto and the brunette got up with smiles and went to meet Namake's Uzumaki. The woman did not escape the fact that her son was holding her by the waist with one hand and waving to her with the other. "Hey, Mom." The blonde man hugged her carelessly and smiled. "Naruto?" The woman is clearly in complete disbelief, but a smile appeared on her face anyway. "Is it really you?" "Yes, Mom." The guy let go of the red-haired girl and hugged his girlfriend back. "Mom, meet." He pointed to the brunette. "This is Sasuke Uzumaki, my wife and the mother of my children. Menma bring Hikari. It's very nice to meet you." Sasuke held out her hand in greeting. "Wait, Sasuke?" Kushina was full of joy. After all, this is the daughter of her friend Makoto. And if it is the case that Uchiha is alive and yet lives happily with her son, then maybe the other children are alive too. Now Kushina is overwhelmed with emotions, both positive and negative. Oddly enough, but she is very happy for her and her son. "Is it really you?" It was difficult for Kushina to contain her emotions, and in a moment of weakness she hugged the former Uchiha. "But how, Mom? Let's take it in order. I'll explain everything later. It's just that I've already told everyone about our past." The blonde mumbled a little while hugging his wife by the shoulders. "Will you explain later? You know, I haven't seen my son for 6 years, considering him dead, and you tell me later." She is furious, but the cold look of her son pricked her. Perplexed, the woman lowered her fist, which was supposed to greet Uzumaki. "Later, let's not now. After all, today is a holiday." The blue-eyed man said, cheering up. "What holiday?" The red-haired woman said, taken aback. "There is a spring festival in Yuzushio, Kushina-san," Itachi said, chewing an apple. "Where are you from?" Menma did not let the woman finish, running out with a little girl on his shoulders. She had 2 stripes on her cheeks and onyx eyes. "The hair of ripe wheat is just like my father's, but a little longer and reaches to the shoulders." "Mom, I brought Hikari." The boy happily knelt down and took the girl off his shoulders. The baby smiled when she was in her mother's arms. Naruto put Menma on his shoulders. "Well done, sunshine," said the young mother and stroked her son on the head. "Mom, meet this Hikari, our daughter." The blonde said it with a slice of warmth and lightness. Kushina almost purred from such a velvety voice, but still restrained herself. The woman looked at the girl and smiled at her. The baby, in turn, frowned a little, but still smiled. "Well, let's go eat, right guys?" The boy ran to the festive table with a loud shout, "Hurrah!" Kushina followed him along with Minato, followed by Daichi, Hiro, Itachi, Naruto. This procession was brought up by Fugaku. The owners of the house were not going to eat, and while no one has noticed their absence yet, they should talk. "When will you tell her about it?" Sasuke said this with a frown. "I don't know. In the beginning my father and Fugaku should know about it." It was disgusting for him to say these words, but Naruto did not grimace from them. Looking at the disgruntled parents, Hikari whimpered. The young couple was taken aback by this and quickly headed to the table. "That's what I brought the child to." Sasuke was indignant. "Well, excuse me, topic." Naruto smiled guiltily. Little Hikari has calmed down and is quietly dozing on her mother's shoulder. "That's how you are with me, Dobe," said the girl sitting down at the table and smiling. After lunch, everyone decided to gather in the living room. Uzumaki separately, Uchiha separately, except that Naruto is with them, and not with his parents. "Sasuke," Itachi turned to his sister. "And?" the girl asked, finishing her tea. "Can I hold Hikari, Naruto?" The girl looked at her husband. Uzumaki only shook his head, thereby allowing Uchiha to take his daughter in his arms. As much as he didn't want to do it, Uzumaki restrained himself from smacking Itachi in the face. Uzumaki is such an owner. The girl was surprised by the new face in front of her, but still did not whimper, as she loves. She looks at Itachi's face with interest. Sometimes her little hands reach out to touch her uncle's face. The baby smiled when she touched Itachi's warm cheek with her palm. Everyone looks at this picture as if spellbound. Only Uzumaki restrains himself so as not to boil with anger. But still he could not stand it and left the room. Before leaving him, he called Minato and Fugaku to come with him. The three heads of their families walked through the dark corridors of the house. Minato was very surprised by such darkness, because he believed that this house was as bright as his son's soul. He thought there wasn't a drop of darkness here. How wrong Namikaze is. Yes, there is a bright side of the house, and it embodies the bright side of his son's soul. Now he is walking through the darkness of his soul. This is the darkness that Naruto hides from his children, this is the darkness that could not absorb him. This thought made Namikaze uneasy. For a moment it seemed to him that the wind was blowing here. But the look of his son brought him to his senses. Now, walking through the dark corridors, the last thing he wants to do is head into the darkness that is ahead of him. He tries not to panic, but still the excitement grows even more. Fugaku doesn't feel any better than he does. Naruto pointed to the room ahead of them. They just calmly walked forward into the room. Uzumaki closed the doors behind him. It seemed to Minato that it was pitch dark here, but after a moment the sunbeams broke through here. It turns out that it was not a wall, but only very thick black curtains. The two men looked at Naruto, who had just sat down opposite them. Minato just drills an invisible hole with her gaze, waiting for an answer from her son. "We have a serious conversation ahead of us, am I right in my mind?" Fugaku asked, looking at the blue-eyed man sitting opposite him. "Oh, and you're so smart. Dad, and you're inferior to Fugaku in wit." Naruto grinned. "But apparently I was very wrong." Naruto croaked, adjusting his kimono. "What do you mean?" Minato feels that things are not going well here, so he will have to get to know Naruto better. Peering into his son's carefree face, it seemed to him for a moment that instead of one of his eyes there was a Sharingan, but the illusion quickly disappeared due to Uzumaki's bubbling laughter. "How stupid can you be, and father?" The guy's right hand peeked out from under the kimono. Snow-white bandages covered her completely up to the beginning of the forearm. Then you can already see the tanned skin of a guy with small scars, which were clearly visible to him. Namikaze only wanted to deliver his prepared speech, but Fugaku stopped him with a wave of his hand. Uchiha's wrinkled and muscular face now expresses nothing but concentration on their interlocutor. At first glance, a young and wealthy shinobi. Tanned skin, sky-blue eyes, and ripe wheat hair make him an angel, if not a god. Alas, a dangerous man is hiding behind this mask. "Naruto, I understand that it's hard for you to talk to your father, but have at least a drop of conscience," Fugaku said casually, tugging at the edge of his sleeve. "Because he hurt you." How ironic, Fugaku, you probably forgot that you abandoned your daughter. That you made her suffer, that you both made us suffer together. Naruto's voice broke into a scream. "She was suffering and I could not help her in any way, I could only be near her and love her." I could not give her parental affection and brother's love, but I gave her sight, a new life, a family, and children. The only good thing you have done in our life is to erase everyone's memory of us, making it possible to live happily together. The chest often explodes from rapid breathing. Wreaths swelled on the neck and face of the head of the Uzumaki clan. Blue eyes glare at the guests, making it clear that they at least don't belong here. Gradually, the breathing stopped being erratic and Naruto put his head to his hand trying to calm down. We couldn't do otherwise, or rather we were stupid, the brunette said quietly. If Minato had said that, then there would have been no wet spot left of Yondaime. Egoists, Naruto said in a hoarse voice, which greatly surprised the others. Not seeing the guy's gaze, they thought he was depressed. We know, Minato said abjectly, but his son didn't move. But you can't change anything, a tear-stained face appeared from under his hand. The eyes are closed, moisture slowly rolls out of them, sliding faster and faster along the bronze cheek, and the glare of the sun shines on them. He now looked like an unfortunate angel whose fallen had been stripped of everything. From this picture, the guests fell into at least a shock. And still, no one will know about our conversation. What's going on? Fugaku and Minato asked at the same time. Naruto appeared in front of them, but it wasn't him. One of his eyes was purple with a dot pupil in the middle. From it, smooth circles go like water ripples, and there is no protein. The other was black and red with strange patterns in the form of a lotus flower, and the white was black as in the unholy resurrection. Only cracks are not enough to say about the forbidden technique of the second. Who are you? Minato stammered, taking a step back. I'm a dark Naruto, or just call me Yami. A malicious grin appeared on his face, and a black-colored quilt in his hand. No. Minato would have already wanted to use his technique, but he was outpaced by being dragged into Kamuida. Where are we? Minato shouted, looking for an old friend. Don't be afraid, I just want to talk. Yami appeared from the shadows. Minato noticed you're carrying him in your arms. This burden turned out to be Fugaku, and he was immediately thrown on the gray floor. I already managed to talk to Fugaku face to face, but you remained. A light and haughty laugh dispelled the disgusting silence. Namikaze started at the approach of his son. Why, no wait, who are you? He asked. I am the true side of your son. So let's say I am inner Naruto, whom my light side has been trying to suppress for 6 years. But I also tried to restrain myself. Why, what's holding you both back? What do you have in common? Sasuke, we both love her. As well as our children, Uzumaki calmly said, moving away from Namikaze Sr. It's impossible, because you are the dark side. I repeat once again, I am the true Naruto Uzumaki. Even if I'm the dark side, it's still me who truly fell in love with Sasuke. It was I who saved her from the darkness, condemning myself to serve the devil. Then where is my son? The blue-eyed man said wearily and pleadingly. Think about it, we are one whole, and after all we are together, only now I am dominating. I don't think that if Naruto has forgiven you in half with grief, then I will forgive you. The essence of the 9 tails is revenge and hatred. They run it together, and so I'm the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed. What, then, they move me, too, okay? And now let's move on to more important matters. Like what? You will leave Uzushio and never come back here, and if you tell about us, you will soon be killed. Yami said coldly. Is that a threat? Namikaze raised an eyebrow, skeptically. No, just a warning. You will all leave Uzushio, and we will not kill you. But what about Kushina or Itachi? They love you. Your children too. What will they say if they find out about it? They won't bear it. Minato's words made Dark Naruto think, but he only boiled with anger. How can you talk about it if you hid us from them yourself, huh? You will go to this agreement, you have no choice. Jinchuriki shouted. There is always a choice. He broke off and now he will regret it. Yes, and why did you make me an outcast? I asked you about it. You could have left or given a happy life, but you didn't. You chose the post of Hokage instead of me." His voice was hoarse from the pain and anger that had accumulated over such a long time. "Even if it's the dark side, why shouldn't she have feelings? That's what worries Minato. It was my terrible mistake and I know that nothing can be fixed," Namikaze said with pain and hope in his eyes. "You will leave the village tomorrow at dawn and this is not discussed. If Kushina and Itachi want to, they can stay alive. And I will take care of their non-return to the village," Yami said, disappearing into a puff of smoke. Stop. But there was no one to stand but himself. But Naruto has not forgiven him yet and he probably will never be able to forgive. Minato felt a strong pain in his head and fatigue. His legs turned on themselves, and his eyelids turned leaden and he fell to the floor. The pain like an electric shock went through his body, but it doesn't matter anymore since he fell asleep. Was it a dream? Namikaze woke up on a futon next to Kushina, who was fast asleep. She had enough time to play with her grandchildren and now she needs a good sleep and rest. Namikaze turned to the opposite wall. Shadow and semi-darkness have captured that part of the room where Namikaze is now looking, trying to fall asleep. It was as if a wet washcloth was passed over his ear and a chill ran over the Hokage's skin, and two blue eyes sparkle in the dark. "It was Genjutsu. Sasuke," I gently whisper in the ear of my beloved. She did not move, only her measured breathing became confused. Her pale face is peacefully snoring on my chest. She's so cute when she sleeps. I would give anything if this moment would last forever, but I have already given everything to be near you, my dear Sasuke. I couldn't imagine such a life, no our life. When you came up to me and met me, it gave rise to a new chapter in our life. Yesterday I behaved badly with our guests, but it's all for the good, for us, for our family. You have such a pretty face. You tempt me so much and I can barely restrain myself from jumping on you and crushing you in my strong grip. No, I can't do that. In a sudden rush, I give free rein to my animal instincts and gently bite your earlobe. There is a red mark on this place and I gently lick the reddened ear. You smiled and opened your onyx eyes looking at me funny. Playful devils shine in them, and you yourself lazily stretched on my chest. A soft yawn and you're snuffling on my shoulder again, burning my neck with your breath. I would have taken it on the spot, but you can't because little Hikari is sleeping in the next crib. What if, no. Even though my baby won't understand anything, but I still have a tomboy who can show up in our room and wake her up, and then there's this. I kiss you affectionately and you finally wake up, my Sasuke. Yes, mine and no more. You are only mine and you will be mine forever. I will never let you go. Honey, I remove a fallen strand of your black hair from your nose and you smile gently. Yes, I know I'm cute, I'm flirting with you, and you don't react to it. I'll be offended, but you're obviously not concerned about it. You peer into the darkness of our room and listen to her. I'm also on my guard, I don't hear anything until I hear a quiet crying in the next room. Menma, yes, you're right, honey. Without words, I quickly put on a robe and carefully open the door without creaking, otherwise suddenly my daughter will wake up. I open my little son's door without a sound. Menma is sobbing in his sleep, and baby tears are running down his cheeks. I go to the bed and lift my son from it. The sobbing stopped when Menma felt my warmth and shifted a little in my arms. I close the room and go to Sasuke's bedroom. You look at me with excitement and concern in your eyes, looking at your son. Covering the door with one hand and holding the sleeping baby with the other, I approach the bed and gently put him with you. You cover him with a blanket and invite me to you. I willingly lie down with you. It turned out that our son is lying between us and his nose is buried in your rather big chest. Covering both of us, you gradually fall asleep, honey. In a dream, you hug our baby, and he hugs you. Do you mind if I join you? Of course not. I gently hug you and you nuzzle my neck, scorching your breath. Mom, a little boy pulls his mom's black hair to wake her up. His bright and cheerful face suggests that the little prankster has had a good night's sleep and is full of energy, unlike his parents. Dissatisfied with the sound sleep of his parents, Menma turned around to face Dad and began pulling on his father's cheeks, hoping for his awakening. Unlike his wife, the blonde man instantly opened his eyes and was not surprised when his son appeared in front of his face. Honey, let Daddy and Mom sleep, said Sasuke, who had just recently slept. The girl hugged her men even tighter and kissed both on the nose. The boy blushed from the kiss, and his parents just laughed. Because of the noise, little Hikari woke up and whimpered. Naruto immediately jumped up to the baby's crib at his daughter's crying. When she saw Dad's face, the baby calmed down and stretched out her small hands to him, asking him to take her in his arms. Uzumaki carefully took his baby and went to the bed, where Sasuke and Menma were waiting for them. Come here to me. The young mother took her baby in her arms and began to rock her. Naruto lay down next to his wife, hugging her with one hand, and with the other again covering the family with a blanket. Menma comfortably placed himself between his parents and began to examine his sister. The girl showed her brother her tongue, which made the brunette a little skewed. The parents laughed at the actions of their daughter, and the baby smiled cheerfully and fervently with them. Thank you for your family, Sasuke, Naruto whispered softly in his beloved's ear, scorching him with his breath. The girl smiled warmly at her husband's actions and kissed him on the forehead. The couple started listening to Menma's stories while little Hikari was snoring on her mom's shoulder again. There are 3 people sleeping on the ground floor, Fugaku, Itachi, and Hiro. The latter was unhappy that he was sent to sleep in the living room, but what to do if his brother's wife ordered it to be done? The guy somehow lay down on a small and, in his opinion, cramped sofa, which was not intended for this at all. Constantly tossing and turning on him, in the end Namikaze fell off him to the floor. Muttering discontentedly, he got up and opened his blue eyes and rubbed them a little with one hand. Unlike Namikaze, both Uchiha quite sleep in separate rooms. Fugaku is sprawled out on a star-shaped futon, sleeping peacefully. During the time spent in Uzushio, Uchiha has already managed to grow a small, but still a beard or, correctly speaking, stubble. True, a strong and healthy man's sleep was interrupted by a ray of sunshine. The little prankster was able to break through the sakura foliage and got into the room through the window. This ray of sunshine stopped on the brunette's face and tickles the man's nose. From the heat, Uchiha's nose begins to itch and after a certain time he sneezes, loud enough to wake up only Hiro, who was lying back on the sofa. Unlike his father, Itachi was deprived of a sound sleep. During the whole night, the brunette never closed his eyes, waiting for some surprise from the owners of the house. He has been haunted all this time and even now, by this unexpected meeting with supposedly long-dead relatives. After all, he did not even imagine that his little Amato was alive, healthy, and happy with Uzumaki. Why is she not with her supposedly real family, but with him? Why was she under the care of not an older brother all the time, but this blonde? Itachi himself does not like his thoughts, because simply put, he is jealous of Sasuke to Naruto. The young and future head of the clan cannot accept this thought, because he saw his sister like this for the first time in his life, and now he has fallen in love with her. No, this is not right and simply put, no one will accept it. After all, they are brother and sister, so she also loves another and is married to Uzumaki. They also have 2 wonderful children. Itachi, what have you done? On the 2nd floor, a young couple, namely Naruto and Daichi, are sleeping quite a bit away from the others. The brunette tightly pressed the red-haired woman from the back, saying, "You're only mine." The girl herself knows this very well, because they will soon have a wedding. And she also knows perfectly well that her fiancé is still that possessive. Uchiha has already woken up, but without letting go of his love from the grip, he watches her intently with his eyes as black as night. Daichi bites the girl's earlobe, scorching Naruko's pale and thin neck with his hot breath. The girl sighed languidly and vulgarly through sleep. Uchiha only grinned triumphantly from this. In an instant, the guy turns the red-haired woman to him and bites into her lips with an imperious and insistent kiss. The girl only wakes up and answers it. The kiss lasted 5 minutes, and from lack of oxygen, Naruko bit the domineering Uchiha on her lower lip. With great surprise, he recoiled from her lips, but with dexterity managed to kiss her on the nose. "Good morning, sweetheart," Daichi whispered tenderly to his beloved, kissing her again. "Yeah," with a kind, Namikaze answers the guy for a kiss. Kushina is sleeping in the next room from Naruto and Sasuke, and Minato, who has not closed his eyes all night, is next to her. He was able to fall asleep only in the morning, because he was not allowed and still is haunted by the words of his son. Minato now feels like Itachi, devastated, hating himself and upset. The two themselves are somewhat similar, and even without seeing their similarities, they understand each other perfectly. Itachi knows about the problem of yondaime, unlike the latter, because Minato does not yet know about his feelings for his sister. And if he found out? He wouldn't have been able to help him in any way, just to give advice, but in the end, nothing. Minato has only now fully learned about the cruelty of this world and that his son does not care about him and in general about this hatred of children towards them. Now Namikaze feels like a little fish, he feels like a victim, and his son is a hunter. It used to be the opposite. He used to think that he could move mountains, but after meeting his grown-up son, now he realized the opposite. He is not a great hero, but his son. After all, this boy took on a great and heavy burden, others would not have coped with it even if they had support. Namikaze realized his worthlessness, and now he cannot accept it and even more so change something. Naruto was lucky with the neighbors. After all, Nagato lives next to him with his family. Now the red-haired man is snoring contentedly in bed and his wife is next to him. Even the light glare of the sun does not prevent a couple from enjoying sleep. Konan's head lies possessively on her husband's strong chest. Uzumaki's chest heaves in time with his heartbeat. This calm and peaceful rhythm relaxes the blue-haired even more, apart from the fact that she is already asleep. Their faces express happiness, peace, and tranquility. However, their son does not allow this calmness to continue, as the young Uzumaki bursts into the room screaming, "Good morning!" Shikamaru learned a very pleasant news yesterday. Temari is pregnant and that's fine, but the lazy genius looked at it from the other side and was horrified. After all, for another 6 months he will have to take care of Temari and fulfill her impossible whims, but what can he do? Temari masterfully hid her pregnancy for 3 months, not daring to tell Shikamaru about it. Now future parents are enjoying a strong and nevertheless happy sleep in an embrace. Nara buried his nose in the blonde hair of his beloved, inhaling their fragrance. This mixture of freshness and lavender has become so fond of the lazy man that he sits a girl on his lap every evening and just enjoys her presence, not wanting to miss her for a moment. Wrapping his arms around the girl's waist, his hands closed into a lock on her back. It's like a chest protecting its treasure. The young lady's face was buried in the mighty and strong chest of her lover. Casually covered with a blanket, the young are sleeping peacefully in an embrace on this wonderful spring morning. Spring in Uzushio is a great time to relax, but not everyone can enjoy it at this time. Today, the village is leaving Yondaime Hokage with his subordinates and Yuzukage-sama decided to personally escort him to the gate from the village. Well, in the meantime, Naruto decides whether Itachi and his mother should stay in their village. "Mom, in principle this is a good idea," Naruko expressed her thought, thereby skirting the dispute between the two heads of the village, You and Itachi can safely stay here while we have to return to Konohagard. Naruto understand, I don't. Minato didn't have time to express his thought. You don't trust me. Naruto finished for him. It's not that I don't trust, it's hard to explain. Minato tries to justify himself to his son, but alas, the head of the Uzumaki clan can't be convinced like that. His concentrated gaze of sky-blue eyes is fixed on his children playing with toys. But you still meant it. Uzumaki said angrily. Let's think sensibly, said Sasuke sitting next to Naruto, who hugs that arm, and the other nervously fiddling with the armrest of the sofa. The look of his eyes looking hopefully at the girl was a little excited, but Sasuke did not notice this. Kushina-san and Itachi-kun will remain in the village under the supervision of our ANBU units. And if our guests want to take a walk in Uzushio, we will provide them with escorts. They are in good hands. And you, the girl turned to Namikaze, our special detachment of 5 people will take you all the way to Konoha. We don't need babysitters to get to Konoha. Daichi replied sharply. Daichi, said Fugaku sternly. You don't understand that we are being offered help, which is still useful. You have not forgotten that now is a difficult time and you never know what can happen. The guy frowned, but still obeyed his father. Well, since you gave us such an opportunity, it's a sin not to use it, Minato said. I think Itachi and Kushina can stay in your village indefinitely. I agree, but you have to make a promise, father, that no one will find out about our village from Konoha. Okay, clearly, I promise that no one from Konoha will know about this place. Minato gave his word. Let's see, and now I'm sorry, but I need to leave. With these words Naruto left the room. A minute later, Sasuke and the children left, followed by Itachi. Naruto, Daichi, and Hiro went to pack their things, while their parents stayed in the room. No one expected this meeting, no one knew what to see the ghosts of the past, no one knows how it will all turn out. After all, suddenly there will be another actor who will change the course of events, and maybe even the fate of people. A dark underground tunnel, barely illuminated by sunlight entering here, through barely visible cracks. In this darkness, an equally gloomy personality is now waiting. This man has done a lot of nasty things in his whole life, his soul is dark and vicious. He sent his people to kill so as not to get his hands up to the elbows in blood, but this man sent people to kill with his own hands. They are nameless ghosts obeying him. They have no name, they have no voice, they are just pawns in his hands, fulfilling his whims. Now he is waiting for his subordinate. A dead silence enveloped the room centimeter by centimeter. An invisible veil of darkness and darkness crept even into the farthest corners of this place, but the silence was interrupted by the measured pounding of boots. This sound is getting louder with the approach of this unknown getting worse and worse. An ordinary person would have already been seized by fear, but not with our hero. He had seen a lot of people in his long life, and his fear had long since disappeared. Instead of him, arrogance appeared in the man's soul. Sai is your code name. Your task is to follow the Yondaime Hokage and find out about the meeting of the 5 Kage. The man said without coming out from under the curtain of darkness. A guy with dark hair came out in front of him. Her pale skin glistened like marble under the sunlight. Black eyes do not dare to look at their master. He is dressed in a black jacket that opens a view of the guy's torso. A scroll for ninjutsu is attached to the back of the back. Yes, Danzo-sama. Go, said Shimura, and Anbushnik moved out of sight. The old man grinned into the void. His eye expressed only arrogance, and the expression of his face was a kind of dissatisfaction incomprehensible to himself. Soon, Konoha, you will be mine, said the old man, disappearing into the darkness. Menma, go to your mother's arms, the brunette said affectionately, calling her little son. The boy immediately ran across the grass of their garden to his mother, who was now sitting under a tree with his little sister, Hikari. The blue-eyed man hugged his mother and sat on her lap, waiting for something interesting. Mom, did you want something? The boy asked Sasuke, who warmly smiled and patted her son on the head. Hikari was watching their movements. The little girl came up to her brother and also patted him on the head. The young mother laughed loudly, looking at the bewildered expression on her son's face. "Go get daddy," the woman said. The boy immediately jumped up and ran to the house. Going inside, he saw no one except Itachi, who was sitting alone and reading a book. The brunette looked up at the boy and moved his right eyebrow in surprise. The boy pouted and kicked the sofa, trying to attract the attention of his uncle, who returned to reading his book. "Hey!" Menma's patience has snapped. "Ah, Menmad." Itachi pretended as if he had just noticed his sister's son. "Did you want something? Do you know where my dad is?" The boy folded his arms across his chest. "No, Menma, did something happen?" Itachi started to worry too much, but the boy beat him to it. "Mom asked Dad to call." "Blue-eyed," replied. Itachi interrupted his reading and put the book aside. "What are you doing, Menma? Let's go to your mom." Itachi suggested, pushing his nephew to the exit. But now his thoughts are not about that, but about Sasuke. About his little Amato, who is sitting there alone and bored. This is the reason to be together and alone. The boy and his uncle went to the tree where Sasuke is sitting. At this time, a young mother combs the short shoulder-length hairs of her daughter, who is smiling at the butterflies around. The little girl is already eager to run after butterflies. Then the baby notices her brother and uncle, who are coming to them. Hikari stretches out his small hands in their direction, thereby distracting mom from work. Sasuke immediately stops combing his hair and looks at Menma and Itachi running towards them, heading towards them with a measured step. The boy throws himself on his mother's neck and says with delight, "Mom, look who I brought." Menma muttered with delight in his eyes, "Where's your dad?" Uzumaki asked with displeasure, squinting at Itachi, which made him swallow nervously. "Dad wasn't at home, he's probably busy at work," suggested the little Uzumaki. "Go to Hikari and play with your sister." After mom's words, the baby ran to his sister and they started catching butterflies together. Itachi now and then stands doing nothing, but noticing that his sister is very beautiful. This silence between these two would have lasted longer if it wasn't for Sasuke. The former Uchiha looked at her brother with displeasure, pouting her lips. Uchiha was taken aback by the behavior of his sister, not understanding the reasons for her discontent. The girl just sighed wearily and patted the seat next to her. Itachi stared at her blankly. "Come on, sit down, you can't stand." With great surprise, but still the brunette sat down next to her on the grass. All he could get out of himself was a quiet, "Thank you," which looks more like a squeak than a silk baritone. Uchiha. They have nothing to say to each other, because they don't really know each other. Moreover, Itachi has feelings for his sister, and she does not have them for him. They are two completely different people who are connected only by the blood of their clan, and she is no longer from the Uchiha clan, she is the wife of the head of the Uzumaki clan and is happy with him. She loves her husband with all her heart as well as her children. ONM is a lone wolf who strayed from his pack wanting the forbidden fruit, but alas, he will never get it. They can only watch the children catching butterflies. Uzushio Pier, there is a ship on the pier of Uzushio, which is soon to go to the land of fire. Yuzukage-sama himself decided to accompany his guests. "Here you go." Naruto handed 2 scrolls to his father, no matter how disgusting it was for him to be near him, but he didn't show it. Minato just looked at his son in surprise. These are scrolls confirming that Itachi and mom are on vacation and it is uncertain when they will arrive in the village. "Thank you." Uzumaki didn't answer anything to this, just walked away to his mother. Kushina has already managed to say goodbye to the others and is standing on the sidelines waiting for the ship to leave. Immediately, 5 shinobi from Uzushio approach the ship, most likely it is an accompanying detachment. "This is the squad accompanying you, Yuzukage introduced the 5 Chuji Akimichi. Good afternoon, OMNOMNOM, Akimichi said, chewing crab-flavored chips. He's a guy about 19 with short cropped hair and a goatee. He is dressed in a dark blue jacket and blue trousers, with iron plates on top of the jacket. The shoes are ordinary red shinobi sandals. Kotetsu Yamanaka, a guy in his 20s, beefy with short-cropped brown hair and amber eyes. He is dressed in the standard uniform of shinobi Uzushio, although he has a katana case on his back. Shikatsu Nara, a 30-year-old man with a high tail on his head, who sticks out in a funny bunch in different directions. On top of the standard Uzushio uniform, he has a special black cape behind which several special scrolls are attached. Haku, I think you already know her. This is a girl with whom they have already managed to meet on the boat, so there is no point in describing her. And the captain of the special detachment Momochi Zabuza, the Uzumaki, choked on the words, and at the sight of one of the swordsmen of the blood mist, their heart almost went into their heels, because Zabuza himself was in front of them. Previously, there were legends about him about a mercenary and his partner, who specialized in murder. But 6 years ago there was no sign of them, and now this couple finds themselves in Uzushio and is considered law-abiding citizens. Nice to meet you, said the swordsman, going up to the others on the ship. After that, the latter went to the land of fire with his passengers. Naruto and Kushina looked at the ship moving away from them until it completely disappeared from their view. Uzumaki returned home and a surprise awaited them there. The surprise greeted them with open arms, though not immediately, but in the kitchen. When Naruto and his mother came to the house, they heard rustling in the kitchen, and then quiet conversations. Naruto made out his wife's voice and went there without being surprised by anything, but when Kushina came in, it was a complete, sorry for the expression scribe, you know, I love you, I've always loved you. You were, are, and will be something inaccessible to me and elusive at the same time. I have never stopped believing in you, loving you, gently whispering, I love you and I will always love you. My feelings will never leave you, and if the unexpected happens, then know that I am always there and will protect you and our very young children. You are everything to me, and if I lose at least one of you, then there will be no trace of the shinobi world. Sometimes it is difficult to realize that someday you will lose everything that is dear to you, and the blame will lie on your shoulders. Now Minato has realized this, and it is hard for him to describe. What Kushina saw in the kitchen surprised the red-haired woman a little, or more correctly, a lot. After all, she does not yet know about her distant relatives and neighbors of her son. What did Kushina see there? In the middle of the kitchen stood all in flour and tomato sauce a cume. He smiles carelessly at Kushina, nervously scratching the back of his head. Naruto and Sasuke are sitting in the back and talking to people unknown to Kushina yet. The boy muttered something in the ear of the red-haired shinobi, and he turned his head in the direction of Uzumaki. 2 renegades are aimed at her, what the hell, that's what the kunoichi of the hidden leaf thought about, but looking at Sasuke's serene face, she did not betray her surprise. In such a short time, she got used to the brunette, and we can say that she accepted Sasuke into the family with open arms, although it was the opposite, but still. Kushina also loves her grandchildren very much. The shinobi turned towards the red-haired one, and Naruto finally decided to introduce the guests to his mom. Clearing his throat a little, Uzumaki began to get acquainted. Mom, meet Nagato Uzumaki, his wife Konan and their son Akuma. The blonde man pointed to a blue-haired woman who smiled sweetly at Kushina. Next to her, a pale-skinned, red-haired man with a rinnegan is carelessly drinking seagulls and looking at his son, who likes to play pranks. Hello, and this is what Kushina was able to say through deep surprise. And these are friends of our family. Uzumaki pointed to a black-haired guy holding the hand of a blonde who has very little, but already rounded tummy. Nara Shikamaru and the dog, but Tamarid. Nara is coming soon, the blonde emphasized, looking affectionately at her fiancé. Hello to you too. Kushina has not yet recovered from surprise. Naruto, do you know where Itachi is? The woman asked her son. Sitting upstairs and reading, Naruto calmly replied, chewing a bun. Sasuke, 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 your name will never disappear from my memory, it will never disappear, unlike you yourself. You're everything to me now, but that's not right, am I right? Of course I'm right, my little Amato, it can't be otherwise. I could never fall in love, no matter how passionately I wanted it, but all the same, fate treated me unfairly and I fell in love with you and only you. But we can't be together, all I can do for you is to keep your peaceful life. To be on the sidelines and look out for you, to protect your children, although it will be very difficult for me to do this. They look so much like you. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itachi still deigned to go down and say hello to Kushina. To her surprise, he is already familiar with the shinobi from Uzushio, moreover, he found a common language with them. However, unlike the others, Shikamaru looks after the guests, at the request of Naruto. After all, they don't know what the guests from Konoha can do. Then the lunch passed, quite calmly, and Akuma no longer climbs into the flour with his playful hands. And even more, so he does not need it if he is now eating a chocolate cake prepared by Sasuke. The women began to discuss their lives violently, although Kushina still remained on the sidelines, just watching them. Naruto chews on homemade ramen cooked by his beloved wife, smacking his lips savorily enjoying the taste of homemade food. Menma, following the example of his father, did the same thing, although after that his face was all in ramen. Itachi ate quickly, and thanked everyone for the food left. Here he got a hobby to read, although he was extremely surprised by the library in the Uzumaki house. It is bigger than Konoha's archives, and if Uchiha had taken it into his head to steal a valuable scroll, he would not have succeeded. Protective seals are placed wherever it is necessary and not necessary, they are invisible even to Itachi's eyes. Shikamaru and Nagato decided to play shogi after a hearty lunch, and went into the living room. Sasuke went to the little Hikari recently sleeping, but Akuma woke her up by accidentally knocking over a vase next to her crib. The brunette took her daughter in her arms and went to Aunt Temari and Aunt Konan. Looking at all this, Kushina can no longer be here, she needs to go get some fresh air. The woman leaves the room at the same hour and goes out onto the veranda, overlooking the sea and other shinobi houses from various clans. Mom? Kushina turned around and saw her son propping up the door jamb with his shoulder. Why did you leave? I don't know, I'm sorry. A slow stomping was heard and the woman immediately finds herself in Naruto's arms. Its warmth relaxes and gives a pleasant feeling of affection and care. The cares of a son, a beloved son. The guy let his mom go. You're the one who's sorry. Konoha, how rotten are you already under Namake's guidance? How many years he spoiled you, destroyed you, did not allow you to breathe freely, to live. But I promise that I will put an end to this anarchy, and you will thrive in the morning sun, where everyone will obey me. I am your savior, Konoha. Only I have always protected you from the likes of Namake's or Sarutobi. Now a new era of a prosperous and happy country will come to Konohagura, the era of Shimura Danzo. How are you? Itachi asked his sister. It's fine, but Hikari is already asleep. It should be taken to our room with Naruto. Sasuke has a baby snoring in his arms right now, yawning contentedly. Little Uzumaki is comfortably perched on her mother's shoulder. The girl patted her daughter on the head and would like to take her upstairs, but Itachi beat her to it. Let me take her upstairs. I know where your bedroom is. Itachi didn't even give Sasuke a choice and immediately carefully picked up and rather nimbly picked up little Hikari. Itachi quietly wanders towards Uzumaki's bedroom, examining the walls of this house. There are different paintings hanging everywhere, landscapes of the village or nature of Uzushio. All this is harmoniously placed on the walls of the house. Each painting is in its place, there is not a speck of dust on any of them, the frames are carved from mahogany or dark oak. Itachi went into the room that is Uzumaki's bedroom. Hikari is still small and therefore sleeps with her parents. You never know what can happen, and the parents are right there. Itachi carefully put his niece on the crib and covered her with a pink blanket. Here the young Uchiha was attracted by the photos on the bedside table and on the wall. There were pictures of Sasuke together with Naruto. Itachi's heart skipped a beat and immediately ached. How painful it is to see your beloved with another. It's so hard to play with their children and take care of her, his little Amato. One of the photos shows Sasuke and Naruto's wedding, the second one shows them kissing passionately and a little Akuma giggling in the background. Then a photo of only the newborn Menma and Hikari, who is having fun catching butterflies. That's what a real family is, but alas, Uchiha is not given to feel this feeling. Ino Yamanaka, the head of the Uzushio Medical Center, is now calmly sipping coffee and admiring the view from the window, but this idyll was interrupted by Karen, who just entered. The blonde stared at the red-haired girl with displeasure, but there was no trace left on that cheerful girl. Her cheeks are flushed and her rapid breathing makes it clear that she rushed here as fast as possible. When she came to, Karen looked at Ino as if remembering why she had broken in here in general. Karen, what happened? Yamanaka muttered with displeasure, examining her friend from head to toe. There's a squad back and one word squad was enough for Yamanaka to fly out of the office like a bullet, leaving Uzumaki alone. Ino quickly called all the doctors she needed and went to the ward to a special detachment that was supposed to escort the Hokage to the village. In principle, they coped with the task, but there is one but, and now this but is lying unconscious in the tent. He is a 20-year-old guy with short but straight hair and pale skin. The short jacket reached to the torso and revealed a view of the stomach. Nearby are a special scroll for ninjutsu and a bag. The guy has strange gloves on his hands, as if they are designed for drawing, which is very strange. But the main thing is that this shinobi has a Konoha protector on his forehead. Who is this? Ino asked, noticing that the guy is pretty cute. I know, Yuzukage-sama came into the room. This is one of Shimura Danzo's henchmen, this guy from the ANBU route. Now it remains only to unravel his codename. What kind of feeling am I having right now? Confusion, irritability, or just ordinary anger, tearing me apart and not letting me go into the darkness. A month, this stupid month, I'm stuck here and I can't figure out what's going on. Danzo-sama is waiting for me and I hope so. Every morning unknown people come to me and bring food. Then they leave without saying a word to me. And so day after day, breakfast sleep, sleep breakfast. At first I tried not to eat, I would have starved and no one would have remembered about me, but in the end I gave up and started to eat a little. Gradually, but my strength returned and I began to warm up. I came up with the idea of suicide again, but they don't give me cutlery, and the dishes can't be broken, they are made of flexible material. I got used to the four walls and a small window in the far left corner. Every day one T blonde with blue eyes comes to me. Why her? Why did I give up to her? Why do they keep me here in general? Who needs me? What is all this for, Mom? Menma rushes to her mother like a restless man with a smile full to the ears. Today Naruto got free early to spend the evening with his family and guests from Konoha. Dad came and brought ramen. Sasuke did not particularly like the last phrase, because it is often not useful to eat ramen, especially harmful to the body, and Uzumaki herself approves only of homemade food. The girl went to the hall to meet her husband. Naruto had already managed to give the packages to his son and the boy cheerfully ran to the kitchen to his grandmother. And so the two lovers were left alone at least for a while. I missed you, this is a favorite phrase of Naruto. He always loves her, especially when he returns from work tired and then Sasuke meets him, hugs and kisses him. The guy put his hands possessively on the girl's waist, closing their hands on the brunette's back. A gentle look is not enough for both of them, and the former Uchiha stretches out her pale hand to her husband's face. Dexterous fingers distinctly draw their paths along the contours of the face, paying attention to every detail that complements this picture. Stopping the caresses, Sasuke buries both hands in Naruto's hair and engages him in a kiss. So passionate, so desirable. The young did not even notice Kushina with Hikari on the handles and Itachi, who almost vomited from this picture, but the well-known pride of Uchi did not allow a drop of sweat to appear on the brunette's face. Ahem, are we bothering you? Calmly, but emphasizing the last word, Kushina said, watching her son kiss Sasuke. Naruto's heart almost went into his heels from his mother's voice. It was sudden. A blush appeared on Sasuke's face, although there is nothing to be ashamed of, because this is their house and their family, and in general they built the whole village, and Uzumaki have the right to be alone. Okay, I'll go, said Sasuke, taking Hikari from Kushina's hands and going to the kitchen warming up ramen. Naruto, meanwhile, went to the library, as if remembering something important. However, Kushina became interested, and the red-haired woman followed her son to the library. And Itachi, in order not to attract attention, went to the living room to read a book about the fauna of Uzushio Island. It should be here, Naruto said thoughtfully, looking through one of the many shelves in his library. It is a huge room with high bookshelves reaching up to the ceiling. The walls here are painted white, and the shelves and other furniture were made of light oak, which grows in the northern forest of the island. Calloused fingers abruptly snatched one book from the shelf. The worn-out title was barely visible on the decrepit binding, which barely holds the book. Blue eyes clearly examined the letters, and Naruto put back the book that had recently been in his hands. A dissatisfied sigh, and Uzumaki continued to clean up the next shelf, above the one he had already managed to view. The tedious sorting of books bored Uzumaki, but abruptly his fingers stopped on the spine of one of the books. Uzumaki pulled it out of an exactly standing row of books of different sizes and colors. My eyes quickly ran over all the letters printed on the hard paper. The blond man intruded into reading this book, but he stopped at one point, thoughtfully saying, "The waterfall of truth, and how will it help me to pacify it?" Kushina followed everything that was happening and opened her mouth when she heard about the waterfall, hurried away. Naruto looked in the direction where Kushina was standing recently, but without seeing anyone, he continued to read the book. Sasuke, the red-haired one, approached her daughter-in-law a little nervous, which could not be hidden from the eyes of the former Uchiha. "Yes, Kushina-san?" The girl was not busy and invited her mother to sit on the sofa, so to speak, to talk to her. "This question has often come to my mind now. How did you and Naruto meet?" Sasuke wasn't even surprised by this question. On the contrary, she cheered up a little. Kushina only gritted her teeth nervously. "It was 16 years ago, in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen created a shelter for children in their old age, and Naruto and I were among them. One bright day I asked Grandpa Hiruzen to read me a book, because at that time I was blind and could not see the letters, I could not see anything. But I found your son out of 1,000 people. His aura was different from the others, it was so bright and bright, as if an orange star had fallen from heaven. I approached this ray of hope and asked to read a little book. And this day was fatal for us, because it was this day that gave us hope for the future, a happy future. Apparently my son is so dear," all that Kushina could squeeze out of herself. After all, she does not understand either them or their lives. "I love Naruto, Kushina-san," all that the brunette said, going to one shelf with books. Sasuke took out one of the books, and it turned out to be their family album. The girl handed it into the woman's hands. "This is for you. Look through our album and learn all sorts of things about our life." The woman accepted this album with gratitude in her eyes and opened it. The first photo was with the inscription, "The first Uzumaki is Naruto Uzumaki himself. Sasuke Uchiha and Nagato Uzumaki." In the photo there was still a very young Naruto. Kushina gave him no more than 15 years. Naruto is dressed in a black cloak with orange swirls, behind which there should be an inscription, The first is Yuzukage, and he holds his hat in his hand, and the other hugs Sasuke around the waist. Even then they had a serious relationship. A little behind them stands a red-haired man with a rinnegan and smiled affably, and apparently this is Nagato Uzumaki. The woman continues to view more and more, learning something new every time. She read another inscription again: Shikamaru, Temari, Ino, and Haku. Naruto and Sasuke kissing in the background. In this photo, some of Naruto's friends are marked, and he and his Sasuke are kissing from behind from others and do not pay attention to the camera. The next photo is a blow below the belt for Kushina, the name of the picture, the Uzumaki family, from left to right, Konan, Akuma, Nagato, Sasuke with Menma and Naruto with Hikari, Karen. The whole family is gathered. This is all that remains of the once great Uzumaki clan, but alas, Kushina is no longer part of it. She is Namikaze, not Uzumaki, and now she definitely feels like a stranger here. Today, for the first time in the whole month, we visited for the second time, but this is not the blonde, but someone new, and apparently he is the main one here, and not only he belongs to one of the Kage. Yes, this guy is my age, but his look, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like he's lived for 100 years and knows everything, but I have a feeling that he's not going to have a friendly conversation with me. This guy is pretty cute. Well, not that I'm into guys, I'm the purest straight. Just from the look of it, you can say that crowds of girls follow him and hang themselves on his neck and do not come off, but on the contrary stick. His hair is the color of ripe wheat, like Namikaze Minato, and his eyes are the same strong pressure, but I don't show it and look straight into his eyes. There are 3 stripes on each cheek, but I don't remember what they mean. The blonde man sat down opposite me, assessing me with his eyes and raising an eyebrow skeptically. He's clearly not going to be the first to start a conversation, and I'm not going to talk to him either. Give me back that blonde. That blonde has a name, he said, but how? Can he read thoughts or intuition? I really read the thought, and everything is written on your forehead. I raised my eyebrows, but you need to work on self-control. Suddenly I felt a burning and bitter taste on my tongue. The seal of Danzo-sama. I won't be able to speak or else I'll die. Well, since you read minds, then you probably already know about this problem. Oh, yes, I have already found a solution. This guy abruptly put his hand in my mouth and pulled out my tongue. Because of this, I fell to my knees, which by the way hurts. Does he want me? I'm fucking straight. No, he puts 2 fingers on the butt and starts whispering something to himself. After a minute, the burning pain passed and he lowered me. I begin to gulp air greedily. After applying the seal, an unpleasant residue remains. Did Danzo-sama decide to get rid of me like Shin? I understand that you're confused and all that, but you can talk and I'll ask you a couple of questions about Danzo. I think you know what I want to talk about. The blonde man said calmly. Taking a deep breath, I finally spoke. Danzo-sama is going to attack Konoha. Naruto walks around his office moderately, evenly, and quietly, which does not correspond to his energetic nature. The blonde man is holding that old and rather battered book, but the blue-eyed man reads it as if it will save his life, which is partially true for him. What is written in this book is a risky venture, to go to the island to the waterfall of truth. For Naruto, the choice is very difficult, as if he reveals Uzushio, there will be major problems, and if he does not subdue Yami, it will be even worse. Uzumaki is torn into 2 parts, one insanely wants it, and the other is struggling to resist the temptation to be free. Weighing all the pros and cons, he did not even notice Kushina, who was just standing on the other side of the office with a tray in her arms. I brought tea, Kushina said, heading to her son. Uzumaki Sr. turned around and smiled warmly at his mother. The woman felt warm in her soul and she put a tray with tea on a small coffee table by the sofa. Realizing that mom shouldn't read the book, I closed it and put it with the documents. Kushina won't get there. While the red-haired woman pours tea, Naruto puts himself in order after meeting with Sai. Uzumaki found out the name of this former member of the ANBU route, but decided not to overexert him, and his thoughts are quite vulgar. Thank you. Naruto accepted a cup of tea and drank a little, putting it back on the tray. The woman repeated the same thing, but without taking her eyes off her son. Naruto sat back down to the documents, pretending to be busy, but this won't work with his mom. Did you want something? No, that is, yes. I want to talk to you seriously, Kushina said firmly. Naruto frowned and directed his blue eyes at the red-haired one. And about what? Uzumaki said matter-of-factly, debugging the scroll he had been reading until now. Why was there a meeting of the 5 Kages? Naruto exhaled nervously and leaned back in his chair. The woman did not react to this in any way, just looks at her son busily. What do you think? With a question to the question, it turns out that Uzukage is not so simple, but, most likely, on the contrary, I do not know, and I hope that you will enlighten me in this situation. To be honest, this meeting is just a continuous show-off, because I have been familiar with the rest of the Kage for a long time. I held a meeting with them before your arrival, and after I asked old and good friends to play along with me in front of you, well, maybe not. Gaara. Kushina's mouth opened slightly from the answer, and her eyes froze in mute horror. After all, the red-haired woman still does not know the whole truth, or, more precisely, most of the whole truth. We decided to discuss one big problem from Konoha. From the words of her son, the woman backed back to the door, and from Naruto's bloodthirsty gaze, she became even more nervous. They promised not to tell you about our meeting and left the village before you woke up. Well, the problem of Konoha itself. What's the problem, Shimura Danzo? I understand that you know him personally, but Kushina did not answer anything, only looking guiltily at her son. I'll tell you anything about him, Kushina said honestly, deciding to come closer. No, I have to tell you something important, and it concerns all of Konoha. I'm sorry, Mom, but I have to tell you this, Uzukage said slowly, but with a slice of compassion and sadness. Don't Tommy, please, Kushina moaned, waiting for Naruto's answer. Danzo is going to seize power in Konoha and put his father in place. This terrible news captured the consciousness of a woman, but there is also a good side to all this. After all, Naruto called Minato father for the first time. Mom, are you kidding me? I will never help this trashy Konoha. She and everyone living there are not worthy of my help. Uzumaki blurted out in one breath, angrily looking at his mother. His blue eyes got cold, as they once did when they first met at the training ground, but they are not going to take their eyes off the woman and change to gentle and caring. There are other villages and their Kage union for this. It doesn't concern Uzushio in any way, but if you want and need help so much, then ask Gaara. But, Naruto, you have to help Konoha, because Minato is your father. The red-haired woman tries to shout over her son. Oh, yes, convinced. And where was my father when I was bullied by children and Shinobi Leaf? Who helped Sasuke with his eyesight? Not Fugaku, not Itachi, and especially not Minato. Naruto's voice is already tearing from overexertion, his breathing is confused and unbalanced, but this does not stop Uzumaki, and he continues. I loved Sasuke with all my heart, and she loved me. We built a thriving village of former Nikonins from all villages and ordinary shinobi who had nowhere to go. We have built something that all the villages together in the alliance could not achieve. You're all no match for us. Hench flew out of Naruto's eyes, and his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan were again open to Kushina's gaze. This is not the boy who fought for justice and his beloved. That boy died of suffocation a long time ago, or even earlier, when a 9-tailed fox was sealed into him. You said we. Tears come to Kushina's eyes. But she believed that Naruto does not hold a grudge against them, until now. And now the former Uzumaki clearly sees what her son has turned into, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. Only the woman missed one important detail that she doesn't even know about. It's not Naruto in front of her, it's Yami in front of her. Suddenly, Nagato and Shikamaru burst into the office, skirting Kushina, and immediately rush at Yami, who got out from outside, but he resists them. He kicked, resisted as much as he could, but still could not stand Nagato and Shikamaru. If Dark Naruto had the opportunity to move his hands freely, he would have destroyed everything here long ago. Unexpectedly and by chance, Shikamaru takes a syringe out of his back pocket and injected it into Yami's neck. After a few seconds, he calms down, and his breathing slowly returns to normal. Immediately, the eyes become familiar, well, how to say. Instead of a black protein, it is now white, and it remains only to apply a henge to return the guy to his former appearance, and Nagato does so. At the same moment, Sasuke bursts into the room and runs to Naruto. The girl rushes to him and forcefully bites into his lips. So soft and sweet that you just can't tear yourself away from them. Moving away from the shock, Naruto responds to the kiss. His hands became free, and immediately Uzumaki hugs his wife with them, deepening the kiss. Having come off and still not coming to his senses, he asks the girl what was that. Naruto asked, shifting his gaze to Kushina, who was being led away by Shikamaru, calming her down. Her hands are shaking, and it could not hide from the blonde Naruto. It was Yami, Sasuke said with concern, hugging and stroking her husband's back. I have to go there to get in balance, said the guy, snuggling closer to the girl. What are you talking about? Sasuke asks, tucking a strand of jet black hair behind his ear. The waterfall of truth is where you and I should go. Hell could have been invented only by people and for people consumed by hatred and thirst for revenge. Lafargue Paul Kushina still can't get over the shock after what happened. Is Naruto really treating her and Konoha like that? Did his hatred not subside but inflamed even more? She will never understand her son's feelings, no one will understand except her. After all, they have passed this long and difficult path together. It is with her that Kushina should talk now. It is Sasuke who can give answers to her questions and not doubt his answers a bit. But where is the former Uchiha? Where did she go after this incident? There's no point asking Naruto, he's locked himself in his office and doesn't come out. Itachi is at the other end of the village studying the Shinobi Academy and other educational institutions on the island. The woman can only look for her herself. After changing her clothes, Kushina went outside to look for Sasuke, which, as it turned out, was not difficult for her. Sasuke walked along the streets of the residence with Menma. Most likely, mom and son are going to visit relatives, that is, Nagato and Konan. The woman quickly caught up with her daughter-in-law and called out to her. Uchiha herself, not at all surprised, waved to the woman. Kushina-san, do you want to spend a Menma with me? The woman, a little out of breath, looked at the brunette and nodded affirmatively to her, rising up. Well, that's fine, my grandmother will go with us, said Sasuke, putting her son in front of the fact. From this statement, the boy smiled even wider at both of them and ran forward. Kushina should know she is obliged to talk about Naruto, but the topic of the conversation itself does not add up in her head, and the carefree look of the young mother does not give cause for excitement, but the red-haired one does not know yet, and will never know about the dark side of Naruto, because by that time she will no longer be there. Uzumaki are hoping for this. Sasuke, Kushina spoke first. Yes, Kushina-san. The girl turned around and raised an eyebrow questioningly. Kushina only now noticed that the Uchiha, although the former, does not look like her parents in any way. Her skin is much paler, as if it is made of marble and glistens in the sunlight. The eyes are so dark that you never know about the feelings of their owner and may never know. Sasuke, according to Kushina, is an amazing person. In such a short time, she had learned a lot about her. About her strength, maternal care, youthful love of their youthful love, Naruto and Sasuke. Now she realized that all this was not an accident, that everything that happened was necessary for both of them. They look so innocent, but in their soul, they are more vicious than the devil himself. But Kushina did not continue the conversation, but only began to watch her grandson running down the street. This child conceals something that no one knows, even his parents. Sasuke and Kushina spent a visit to Akumamenma. The brunette talked a little with Conan about the weather. Then she asked where Nagato was, but Conan replied that her husband had gone to Shikamaru on business. The girls would like to chat some more, but Sasuke said she was in a hurry and she didn't have time. Meanwhile, Kushina was looking at the clouds in the sky, which were changing their shape every second due to a gust of wind. The woman is extremely surprised that Sasuke has not stayed with a friend yet and is heading to her. The former Uchiha waved goodbye to her son and smiled, which caused warmth in the chest of the red-haired and some envy. After all, she herself could not smile at Naruto like that when he was little. Although she still has a son and a daughter, but most of all she loves Naruto, without knowing why him? Maybe just because he's the first and that's it? Only on this. But a woman can't find an answer to this question and probably won't find it in the future. He won't be able to, because he won't let Naruto. He knows the answer to this question, but he will never tell it to her. He just won't say, that's all. You could talk to Conan again, Kushina said, on the way back to the mansion. The girl just let out a laugh and turned to face her. No, I know that you want to talk to me. Namikaze did not answer anything, but just continued to look at her feet. No, this conversation must take place, it must be brought to life. Yes, you're right, Sasuke, she faltered. I wanted to talk about Naruto. Sasuke didn't react to this in any way. Only the corners of her lips curled in a sad and crooked smile. No, the former Uchiha answered briefly and clearly. What do you mean, no? The red-haired woman asked. He asked not to tell you about it, except for me. He doesn't want to discuss it with anyone. I'll even tell you why. He doesn't trust anyone but me. This sense of trust disappeared from him as a child. Then it was a dark and gray day, and the weather was, roughly speaking, shitty. Flashback: a little boy runs through the streets of Konoha, looking for a place to hide from the heavy rain. A drenched boy was carrying a stolen scroll with him. Thank the gods, no one caught on to him, but if they notice him, they will most likely take him away. Although the scroll is Sasuke's last hope for a happy future. The Fuin seals of the Uzumaki clan are preserved in this scroll. They also describe in detail a way to restore the shinobi's vision, but for this a blind person must have a chakra. But there is no problem with this, because Uchiha has plenty of it, for her rather small age. Damn, the boy swore. Naruto was a few blocks from home, but the streets were almost completely flooded with water from all sides. We need to wait out the rain somewhere, then quickly return to our apartment with Sasuke, but the boy does not know anyone in Konoha to whom he could turn for help. He will have to take risks, but it's better than coming home completely wet, but that's not the point. The scroll is the whole problem. If he gets wet, then all the ink will drain, and not only will he not be able to make out what was written, everything will simply disappear, and the hope that Sasuke will never see the light, the sky, the sun, and himself. This is what drives Naruto. He will never stop at anything to help her. The boy hid the scroll in the inside pocket of his jacket to somehow preserve the seals. True, he heard drunken shouts not far from him and immediately saw two drunken shinobi walking towards him. One of them immediately drew attention to the blonde and whispered in his friend's ear, "Now we'll have fun," but Naruto has perfect hearing and he immediately understood the meaning of what he heard. The boy immediately rushed in the opposite direction to the alley. Two shinobi did not have time to understand where the child had disappeared. Uzumaki himself is already running down the alley, but it makes no sense if the scroll gets wet and everything goes bad. The boy stopped near the door to catch his breath, when suddenly an old man looked out of the same door through a crack. The emaciated and wrinkled face stared at the blue-eyed man in surprise. He turned around and met his eyes. The boy looked hopefully at the old man and he let him in without a word. Naruto could only squeeze out of himself, "Thank you." Then Kurama's voice flashed through his head, "I don't like all this stuff. There's something wrong here, Naruto. Be careful." The boy did not ignore the words of his tailed and looked around warily. A clean little kitchen with some furniture elements, a small table, 2 chairs, and several shelves with herbs. The old man went to a small electric stove and put on a kettle with water. "Where are you from?" The voice of the old man came to Naruto, who had just sat down. "Yes, I live not far away, though today I went to the cemetery." The boy knows how to lie. The old man muttered something under his breath and frowned. "What about your parents?" the old man asked, turning around. His small eyes peek out cautiously from under his thick eyebrows. "I am an orphan." The old man was not surprised by this answer and turned to the boiling tea. "I was going to the cemetery to put flowers on their graves." The old man went to the table and poured tea from some herbs that are on one of the shelves. "Poor boy," the man said, taking a sip of the hot drink. "You stay here for now, and I'll be gone for a while," said the old man, throwing an old cloak on top. Naruto remains sitting in place, though he still does not know how it will turn out for him. Half an hour later, those drunken shinobi burst into the apartment and the old man himself, grinning, led them into the house. The men immediately rushed to the kitchen in search of Naruto, but he quietly hid under the table, and the tablecloth did not allow him to be found. The men had been looking for Naruto for quite a long time, and meanwhile the old man was looking at the boy under the table with an unkind grin. "Naruto, I told you. This old man is a fool, he ran into you. I'll try to help you. Do you see a cast iron stick there, next to the basket?" Naruto nodded positively. "So, when they inflate you, throw yourself towards this stick. Since they are drunk, they will not immediately understand what is happening, and in the meantime, hit the old man and get out of here." The boy nodded and waited for these two. One of them decided to check the table and stuck his head under the table, immediately getting on the nose. The man screamed and Naruto quickly flew out from under the table. Grabbing a stick, he immediately hits the old man in the stomach with a swing and runs out into the street. The rain has subsided a little, but it's still raining. "Come back, you filthy boy!" the old man shouted after the fleeing Uzumaki. It is from this day that he does not trust people and will never trust again. End flashback. That's how Kushina said, lowering her head. She doesn't believe it, but telling Sasuke about it is suicide. Namikaze until this day believed that her son still had a barely reaching average childhood, so naive. Yes, Kushina-san is exactly like that, so you should not find out from Naruto about his past. Sasuke shuddered a little. A girl fell in front of her, who had been running down the street while her parents were standing at the counter. The former Uchiha immediately helped her get up and examined a small wound on the girl's leg. "It hurts me," the baby said, starting to cry. Uzumaki decided to help the child and applied medical jutsu. She placed her palms around the girl's knee and released the chakras, which enveloped the wound with a soft green glow, and over time it tightened. The girl with shining eyes, as if she had been given a huge caramel lollipop, looked at Yuzuki's wife. "And now?" the brunette asked. "No. Thank you, Sasuke-sama." The girl plucked the nearest flower and gave it to the baby. She cheerfully ran back to her parents, with a flower in her hands and smiling happily. Kushina was touched by this picture, but still something in it touched her, and they walked the rest of the way in silence. After returning home, Kushina decided to be alone with herself to think about today's conversation with Sasuke. Saying that she had a headache, the woman went upstairs and closed the room. Burying her face in the pillow, she began to cry silently, blaming herself for not saving her son from a terrible and cruel world. Sasuke went upstairs to her husband, who was already packed and ready to go. Naruto dressed in black trousers, which allow him to move freely during the fight. Black shinobi sandals and a pouch with kunai and shuriken tied to the right leg of the trousers. The mesh jacket perfectly fits the guy's torso. Over black jacket with rolled up sleeves. He has a Konoha protector on top of his head, just in case they are still noticed. Naruto also collected special bags of provisions and medicines for both of them. There is also a change of clothes just in case. Are you ready yet? Asked the former Uchiha from behind, hugging her husband. I've collected you, too. You can see. Naruto turned around and put his hands on his wife's waist. I don't need to look, I just need you. I only need to look at you, the brunette said, burying her hands in Naruto's hair. Promise me that you will never let me go, Uzumaki said almost in a whisper, stroking Sasuke on the back. I will never let you go, she said softly and hugged her husband. Promise? What is it? He asked. I promise. Will you take Kusunagi's sword? Naruto asked Sasuke, who was packing her travel bag with him. While they are gathering, everyone is collecting a huge supply of chakra for the upcoming journey, but their path lies through Konoha, and they will most likely have to fight Danzo and the Anbu route. Of course, gifts to Orochimaru have value. They shouldn't be in a box in the attic. Plus, it will be convenient for me to use Chidori with him, which is very useful for us, she said clearly, putting several shurikens in her pouch. Yes, the old snake would be upset if he found out that his gifts are not used anywhere, Uzumaki said with a laugh. Yes, but I still don't like the idea of Konoha protectors, the former Uchiha said gloomily, tying a belt with a sword, a gift from the snake Sannin. How long have we not worn them? And Naruto, I don't remember very well, Uzukage honestly admitted, probably 6 years ago. That's right, it was so long ago that you don't remember anymore. Is it really that important to go through Konohagure? Isn't it easier to get around the village of the Hidden Leaf? The brunette said matter-of-factly, tying the cord from the bag tightly. I then lied to Kushina about the fact that this does not concern us, the blue-eyed man said with a dollop of sadness, although Minato is a shitty father, but still Konoha is thriving under his leadership. I have to protect the village, just for the sake of Kushina, because now she sees me only as a demon, as then it depresses me. Naruto sighed. I don't want to be a demon in the eyes of my own mother. It's all wrong, Naruto? Sasuke is surprised by such sincerity from her husband, because he usually tries to keep all emotions to himself. Although he's not good at it, are you okay? We can cancel our venture and stay in Uzushio. I can ask Orochimaru or Nagato to create a seal holding Yami. No, nothing will hold him back. I have to go to the Waterfall of Truth, Uzumaki said clearly. Okay, then we have to create long-acting clones. You've already accumulated enough chakra, huh? Sasuke asked. Yes, you can start this technique, Uzumaki said clearly, getting up from his seat and approaching his wife. Together, they began to put the same seals and muttering under their breath different words from the ancient language, using the blood from the bitten fingers. They abruptly stopped and immediately said, summoning technique, eternal cloning. 2 identical copies immediately appeared in front of the shinobi, except that they had a Rinnegan and a Sharingan, not hidden under the henge. Did you decide to create me after all? The Naruto clone chuckled, looking at his prototype and grinning continued, has there really been a job for us? Yes, and you were also good. They left us to rot for 6 years under the ground of this Konoha, Nido Sasuke said frowning. Now you have to look after Uzushio while I'm with Naruto. Let's go deal with Yami, Sasuke replied. With this guy? Nido Naruto asked, scratching the back of his head and exhaling continued. Now it's clear why you pulled us out of the graves into which you put us, and strangled us with your own hands. Yes, you're right, and I also want to ask you to follow Kushina and Itachi. The most important thing is that they and others do not suspect you of substitution. I also need you to pass on the messages to the others if anything happens. Of course, you will be forced to execute commands, and the communication will be one way and you will not be able to complain about the work indicated to you. Great, the clone Sasuke added with genuine sarcasm. That's nice, we're counting on you, I hope you don't screw up. Naruto said, putting Konoha's protector on his forehead, while Sasuke is already in a raincoat waiting for her husband near the window. Putting on his cloak, Naruto pointed to the door opposite and the clones immediately began to change clothes. otherwise many will be surprised to see Sasuke and Naruto with Konoha protectors. Naruto and Sasuke themselves have already disappeared from sight. They rely on their copies, and if anything happens, there will be big problems. Konoha, am I really going to see you again? Strange, Shikamaru said thoughtfully, going through several reports after tracking Konohagure. The brunette looks at each document more intently than ever, trying to understand one thing. And what exactly, Shikamaru-kun? This voice is a little disgusting and hoarse, although the owner of this voice is a respected person in Uzushio. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, it's about the documents from the ANBU, Shikamaru said, taking out another scroll with reports. They are quite old, and most likely the surveillance of Konoha has not been conducted for more than a week, and the information is quite old. Isn't it strange? All the ANBU are working tirelessly now, and not one of them has been killed by shinobi yet. Yes, you're right, but it's not a fact that the information is old. Maybe Naruto just doesn't send Ambushnikov on surveillance missions for Konoha. Maybe it's all rigged? Snake Sanin offered his own version. But why is Naruto doing this? Ask Shikamaru again yourself, because there is no point in it, and maybe he's watching Konoha himself. Sanin suggested, no, I was at his place today and Naruto was at home at that moment. Then what? Thoughtfully and continuing to ponder over the Nara scrolls. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and Nagato came in. The red-haired man did not pay attention to the concentrated Shikamaru and began to look for what he had come for. Having not found the right thing, he turned to two shinobi. Shikamaru, can you give me the latest report from Suna? Uzumaki asked, rounding the table where the snake Sanin is sitting. Yes. Now Nara got under the table and began sorting through some folders until he found a scroll with a report. After giving it to Nagato, he continued his business. However, curiosity took over, and while the red-haired shinobi did not leave the room, he called out to him, Nagato. Yes, I wanted to ask, where are all the reports on the ANBU missions that monitor Konohagure? Nara asked. So you don't know, the owner of the Rinnegan said, blinking in surprise. What? I wonder. I do not know, the brunette said meticulously. Naruto cancelled all surveillance of Konoha, and now all shinobi from the ANBU are resting at hot springs on his instructions. Nagato replied, but why did he cancel the surveillance? The lazy genius asked the obvious question, I don't know myself, now I'm worried about something else. And, what are you so worried about? Orochimaru asked, interrupting the conversation between the two ninjas. Konan is pregnant again, and I'm going to be a dad again. The owner of the Rinnegan exclaimed, but immediately returned his impassive face. Well, I'll go, otherwise there's still a lot to do. We need to buy future babies diapers and the like. Isn't it too early, is it? The snake Sanin asked the obvious question. Nope, the red-haired man answered briefly, but immediately his face changed its expression, from thoughtful to questioning. And who will you have? Boy or girl? Most likely twins. That's what Ino and Karen said at the examination. Shikamaru said, lazily scratching the back of his head. Okay, well, see you soon. Yeah. See you later, Nagato said, smiling and closing the door to the archive behind him. The dead silence bothered the two shinobi, and Orochimaru, having finished all his business, left the archive after Uzumaki. Shikamaru was left alone with his thoughts, and constantly frowning, he began to reread all the cases that Uzukage was engaged in. Damn it, Naruto, what the hell is going on? Is the body ready? Said the unknown from the darkness. Yes, it remains only to prepare you for the transplant, and everything will go according to plan. Then in a day you will be able to use it to the fullest. Great, but what about the Uchiha clan? After all, most of them are loyal to him and they will try to stop me. Don't be afraid, no one knows that he is here, and now we just have to fulfill this part of the plan and Konoha will be yours. Danzo-sama. Great, demon, you can go prepare everything for the operation and strengthen security throughout the territory. Yes, Danzo-sama. And Anbushnik disappeared. Soon, a little more patience, Konoha, and I will help you and become your leader. The transplant was successful, and Bushik said, offering his hand to Danzo. However, you are still weak and cannot use this body to the fullest. Nothing, the main thing is that everything went well and Minato won't bother me now. Shimura said, approaching the mirror, so well provided, in front of him. Well, how do you like it? The shinobi in the rat mask asked. Great, great, Danzo said, running his finger over his nose, feeling his cheekbones, and smiling dazzlingly at his new self in the mirror. Before him now stands not Shimura Danzo, the founder of the ANBU route, but Yondaime Hokage Kana Hagir Minato Namikaze. Wheat-colored hair and bright blue eyes, a few almost imperceptible wrinkles and cheekbones. Konoha's protector was so successfully removed. Shimura exhaled loudly, making his charges tremble at the sight of him. Immediately abruptly turning away towards the wall and began to fold the seal's futon, vacuum bullets, the wall was immediately blown to splinters from the compressed air flow. Danzo Minato grinned cheerfully and stretched up a little, stretching his cramped muscles. Now everyone will obey him, the new Hokage of the village of the Hidden Leaf. No one can stop him, not Fugaku, not both of his sons, and, of course, not Hiro Namikaze. Konoha, I'm already here. No one has ever understood Daichi, neither a calculating and eternally serious father, nor a loving mother, nor a genius brother. They always said what was right and what was wrong. They were always pushed around, never given freedom, the freedom he dreamed of. He wanted to be free from the duties of Uchiha Daichi, the second or more precisely spare son, in case Itachi died by accident. You should admire your brother, take an example from him. Never keep yourself waiting, because he doesn't do that. Listen to Itachi, he will help you. Itachi is your brother and you should listen to him. How? Daichi. Never raise your voice at your mother, you just disgraced the whole Uchiha clan in front of the Hokage and his family. Have at least a drop of conscience and show due respect to Yondaime. If you don't stop all this now, then I will send you on a mission to a further hidden village. How dare you say that? You haven't awakened Sharingan yet, and you're already criticizing your brother. For your information, he already has 3 tomos, and you haven't woken him up yet. If you continue to behave like this, I'll put you under house arrest. Sorry, next time. Daichi got it. The only person who understood him is Naruto Namikaze. Cute red-haired girl with bright purple eyes. An exact copy of her mother, a sweet and loving woman, and the girl's character was passed on from her mother. She opened his eyes to the world, to a new page in his life. This girl pushed him to take a risk. Thanks to her, he awakened his Sharingan. Thanks to her, he now stands on a par with his older brother. Naruto is also the love of his life. He realized this at 16 when he was with her on an A-rank mission, and he had never seen her more beautiful. Then another chapter of his life began. They became close and could not be without each other. It was hard for them at a distance from each other, and now he is happy with her, and now he will not let go anywhere and will not let anyone separate them. Recently, Yondaime has been acting strangely, and Daichi has become nervous because of this. Naruto tried to calm him down, but nothing happened. He seemed out of place, as if someone else was sitting in the place of his beloved's father. Something needs to be done about it. He came up with the idea of finding Hiro, to have a serious talk with his father. Hiro. Before that, Daichi, who was running on the roofs of the village, stopped. What is it, Daichi? The blonde man asked a significant question, jumping across the street to talk face to face with his future brother-in-law. Your father is missing, Hiro. Uchiha said, a little puzzled. Don't talk nonsense, he's in his office right now, he said carelessly. No, you're wrong. Your father hasn't been seen for about a week. Did you notice anything unusual? No. Are you all right, Uchiha? Hiroyu to your father's residence now. Daichi muttered as he jumped from the roof of the building. Namikaze followed his friend just out of curiosity. Suddenly Daichi went crazy. Or maybe something really happened to Hokage-sama. After all, Namikaze Jr. does not yet know that his friend and future brother-in-law is still right. Stay close to me, I'm not small, and I remember the way to the residence very well. And I'm not saying that you're like a little one, honey. No, you thought about it, the former Uchiha muttered, shoving her husband in the side. Now they are making their way through Konoha, or rather to the residence of Minato. After all, both of them have not left the territory of Uzushio for so long. And refresh your memories of Konohagura, as it is not pleasant, but still had to refresh. Of course, the village is not in a poor state, but it is too loud to call it prosperous. Namikaze keeps the village in temporary stability along the way, which, after all, pleases unexpected guests. Look, Daichi and Hiro, the blonde pointed to two shinobi who are heading towards the residence. Sasuke immediately nodded and they disappeared into a nearby alley. Somewhere in Uzushio I have a very bad feeling about this, Dad. In the office of the Kage of the Land of Fire, his excited son came in with a friend from the Uchiha clan. Damsel Minato looked at the guy and smiled easily and forcibly at his half-son. At the sight of Uchiha, Yondaime was worried, but the cruel restraint did not let the impostor get through. He prudently hid his chakra. Did you want something? Namikaze asked. Hiro immediately frowned. Usually the father asks, yes. Now he surprised the blonde, and now Namikaze Jr. himself began to doubt his conviction and more inclined to Daichi's version. Uchiha himself does not distinguish between someone else's chakras in the body, but still follows every movement of Nido Minato. Danzo didn't study the behavior of the fourth one enough. Yes, who are you? Hiro immediately realized and got into a fighting stance, taking out his special kunai. The brunette followed the example of his friend, and took out a katana, and activated his Sharingan with 3 tomos. After quickly examining the suspicious type, he looked askance at Hiro. He feels sorry for him, because he and his father were close. I am your father, Namikaze Minato. Shimura said a little unconvincingly, and here it is not. Daichi said, and he's right. Suddenly time slowed down for everyone in the office. At the same moment, Nido Minato's chest was pierced by a katana soaked in Chidori discharge. Time returned to its place, and everyone was taken aback. Naruto Uzumaki was standing in front of them, and Sasuke Uzumaki, his wife, is standing with a katana in Minato's body soaked with lightning chakra. A few seconds were enough for both shinobi to realize what had happened. Now both ninjas are waiting for a lot of questions, and the main one is who is standing in front of them, an enemy or a friend? While Danzo Minato is sitting at the table with a katana in his chest. Blood spurted from his mouth, he coughed, but then everything went quiet. The two guys looked at their relatives in disbelief. Sasuke pulled the katana out of the man's body. The guys did not come to their senses yet. But the numbness was instantly lifted by the hand when they heard Sasuke, rest in peace, Minato-san. Everything happened somehow fast, even too fast. It was necessary to hurry, otherwise there was no way, otherwise everything would have gone down the drain. But the old man did not take into account one detail, because of which everything went to ruin. Danzo made a mistake. This mistake became fatal for him, and not only. All the members of the root were killed in turn in all different ways, from mutilation to dismemberment, even some reached suicide, but all these are trifles compared to the feelings of the killer himself. Naruto alternately chose the victim, defining a time limit for each, so that she waited in fear of her demise. He killed them with sadistic pleasure, looking at the pleading faces, silently looking into the blonde's eyes. He killed every single one of them, and that was the end of an era, and a new one came. He considered it necessary not to attend his father's funeral and asked all his relatives not to stutter about it for 3 days. Minato Namikaze, the hero and head of our village, left us on a long journey after life. He saved our village from the 9-tailed fox, Kubi no Yoko. He fairly led our village and had friendly relations with neighboring village heads. We all knew him as a radiant and kind person, able to understand the problems of ordinary people and solve extremely important political issues. He was a father, a husband, a brother, a friend, a leader, a simple man who understood the simple truths of our lives. We are grieving for him, and even if he is not sitting in his office right now, and is not drinking freshly brewed coffee, he is still with us, in our hearts, and will always be in them. As long as we remember him, he will be here and cheer us up with all the problems, maybe give advice or something. Let's not be sad, because Minato would not want this. He would like you to move on despite all the obstacles in your life. A minute of silence about the memory of my husband, Kushina said without holding back her tears. Naruto did not listen to this speech, although Kushina spoke sincerely, but he was disgusted to look at the fake tears of the Konokovites, who did not care and did not care about their leader. Their false consolations, words that they are near and will help if necessary. This is all a lie, just an illusion of the truth, but in fact empty words of worthless people who are not able to understand the pain of losing a loved one. Uzumaki came only at the end of the ceremony, when almost everyone dispersed. Dressed in formal funeral robes, he walked forward to his father's grave. People looked at him with questioning eyes, not knowing what to answer. Only the next day, they will all remember about the deceased son of their former Hokage. Grave. Naruto went up to his father's coffin and put 2 white roses on his grave, on his father's empty grave. It is empty, as is the soul of his son, who leaves accompanied by the last rays of the setting sun. Minato was buried in Uzushio, but it was in the village of the Whirlpool that his body was specially treated so that it would not rot and lay on long preservation. The funeral was not lavish, only in a narrow family circle. They were accompanied by a heavy downpour, which perfectly complemented the whole gray atmosphere and perfectly expressed the mood of all those present. No one said a word, only after the ceremony, most gave vent to their feelings, and the whole cemetery heard crying. He was full of pain and despair, but alas, no one cares anymore, because Minato Namikaze is dead. What happened to Danzo's body? He was burned by Sasuke Amaterasu, who looked with pleasure at the burning remains of this scumbag. So what's the point? What really happened in the Hokage's office that day? A month before Yandame's death, Danzo officially started an underground project that only the root members knew about, and all of those involved in this project are dead. The essence of the project was to create a serum that was based on the DNA of Hashirama Senju, who owned the rarest dojutsu Mokutan. Using his DNA, they were going to recreate a serum that would allow dragging the mind into another body. Of course, it would be possible to use the techniques of the Yamanaka clan, but they are not durable, are they? Therefore, based on the techniques of body and mind exchange, the Rudambushniki were preparing a new drug for their leader. These emotionless monsters simply led themselves into a trap that they had prepared for themselves. When they started the operation, everything was fine, considering that both Minato and Danzo had the wind element, which made it easier for them to hide some gaps when identifying whether it was Namikaze Minato. But Danzo hurried, you see, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time and therefore did not take into account one thing, Sharingan. And why did Daichi notice all this? Danzo knew about the abilities of this cursed kind, but he did not take them into account and paid for it with his life. Minato was abducted a week before this experiment, referring to the fact that he did not leave the residence. There was one but, and so they closed the entire residence from prying eyes. Hiding this place from the public eye, they began to realize their dangerous venture. And after completing it, Minato was already dead. When Sasuke pierced Minato's body, the left half turned white, so this serum was isolated. When using Hashirama's DNA, the part of the body that interacts with the cells of the first Hokage turns white. That's how Danzo wanted to become a Hokage and died at the hands of Uzumaki. There was a commotion in the village, but Naruto revealed the truth to them, which shocked the whole settlement. They found out that Uchiha, now Uzumaki, and Uzumaki are alive and well. Also, the fact that it was Sasuke who killed Danzo also put them into a kind of genjutsu-like trance. People took this news calmly, but then they found out about the hidden whirlpool village. People were in deep shock, but Uchiha Fugaku helped them to take this news, and now the whole world knows about Uzushio and is afraid of this village, afraid of their leader, Naruto Uzumaki. The alliance between the 5 great countries continued to flourish secretly, but officially, the village of the hidden whirlpool joined them, with the condition that the representative of the village belongs to the neutral side, but can participate in the entire working process. Are you sure about your choice? You see, there is lawlessness in the village now, and they need a new and strong leader who can stand up for them and save them. At the same time, if you agree, there will be a slight embarrassment. After all, you can't be the head of the Uchiha clan and at the same time, the 5th Hokage. In principle, Daichi can become the head of the clan. Although he is impudent, hot-tempered and most importantly too young, I am sure that he will cope with his duties. He's your brother, wouldn't you take an example from him, and Itachi? You're right, I'm not fit to be a clan leader, but I'm capable of making a decision. And I decided that I would become the next 5th Hokage. I will lead the Hidden Leaf Village. Itachi made this decision not for nothing, but for his own good. After all, this way he will see Sasuke less often. After all, every time he looks at her happy with Naruto, it will hurt him. He decided to isolate himself from her, by all means. Daichi felt disgusting, because he really was forced to be an Uchiha again, not just an Uchiha, but the head of this damned clan. The father apparently decided to retire and no longer deal with the problems of the clan. He was again used as a substitute for his brother, who became Hokage, and he was the head of the Uchiha clan. Apparently Daichi had such a fate in store for him, to always remain in the shadow of his older brother, Itachi. It was hard for Makoto to find out that her daughter was alive and she had to go through what Kushina went through before accepting this reality. But she coped with it, she was able to accept what was impossible for her. She met her and now they have a rather warm relationship, as for a mother and daughter who have not known each other all their lives. Daichi and Naruko organized a wedding at the Uchiha estate. Comparing the pros and cons, they decided to do everything according to the canon and in the best traditions of the Uchiha clan. The future head was very nervous at that moment, realizing that very soon his life would turn around and change. Konan and Nagato lived happily together with their son, waiting for an addition to the family. A girl and a boy named after their late friend, Yahiko. Uzushio lived in peace and quiet, relatively everything was getting better, but there were also things that needed to be sorted out. Many have found their soulmate, despite all the principles of the shinobi world. A hidden hydrogen village has now appeared on the world stage. Now everything is different, the shinobi alliance has been replenished with new ranks, but Uzushio is not in such a hurry to cooperate and help the rest of the villages. A new threat has appeared on the horizon. The cemetery in Uzushio was filled with only the sound of someone's footsteps going to the only grave in this place. The unknown person put 2 scarlet, almost bloody, roses. After that, he was about to leave, but some force forced him to turn around. The blonde decided to stay, or rather just say a few words, goodbye to his father, I forgive you. He went back to the house, to his wife, to his family. It was as if something clicked and he turned around. Rinnegan, Sharingan with dark protein. The young man grinned angrily and looked at the grave with a sharp look. I'm not. That's the end of the plot. Thank you for being with me.